Welcome, everybody. This is a place where we talk pop culture from the 90s and early 2000s with a blend of doting nostalgia and critique. And this week, one of the most dominant forces in this era of pop culture turns 30. I'm talking, of course, about Friends. Today, we've got an extra long video. We are going to be counting down every episode of Friends from worst to best using the tier ranking system. You'll probably want to watch this one in chunks, maybe listening on your walk to school or during your morning coffee, but when you finish, please do let me know what you think. Where have I gone wrong? Some of my picks, according to IMDb rankings, are quite controversial. Reportedly, this show continues to make $1 billion in syndication earnings per year. And I think this is because people watch it the way I do. They fold laundry to it, they fall asleep to it, maybe they even watch it on the commute to work, on a bus, not if you're driving. It is a comfort show. Friends makes ordinary life seem fun and light, and shows that friendship is easy and working life is secondary. It is a work of fiction, but it almost feels like fantasy. So that is how I am making my rankings. I'm essentially counting down by which episodes just help us achieve escapism. If you're ready to just get started, we have the timestamp for where my list begins. But before that, I want to acknowledge that obviously Matthew Perry, who played Chandler, is no longer with us. And Marta Kaufman, Friends writer and producer, recently asked the public to remember him not as a man who died, but as someone who brought joy. And he sure did. I also hope people remember James Michael Tyler this way. He played Gunther and passed away in 2021. He also brought a lot of joy. He also just brought a little something extra to all the episodes he was in. Next, I will not be ranking the clip shows in this list. Clip shows are the ones where there was one little storyline punctuated by clips from previous episodes. These episodes aren't necessarily worse than the F-tier ones, but they simply don't have enough original content to judge them on. So, without further ado, let's get started. So, what is my last pick? Well, it's a controversial pick, and I thought about forcing myself to give this a better placement because I didn't want to deter people from watching my video after I immediately dunk all over IMDb's 5th highest rated episode, but I figure I have to be honest. This is Season 8, Episode 9, the one with the rumor. Let me explain. Monica invites her high school friend Will, played by Brad Pitt, to Thanksgiving dinner. Will says Rachel was horrible to him in high school, but can't seem to give any details. He quickly comes off as irrational, mouthing "I hate you" to Rachel, a pregnant woman he hasn't seen in 15 years. During dinner, he mocks her, raises his voice, and accuses her of making his life miserable. Rachel says she doesn't recall, but still apologizes. Will reveals that he and Ross started the I Hate Rachel Club in high school and spread a rumor that she had both male and female anatomy. She's absolutely humiliated, and we watch Will celebrate that fact. Monica justifies Will's behavior by referencing a rumor that Rachel allegedly started about Ross seeing a librarian as a teenager, but it turns out this wasn't a rumor. It was true. He was having a relationship with the 50-year-old librarian, and this is a crime. Now, I think the reason people like this one is because this was a pop culture moment. It aired in 2001 when Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt were Hollywood's hottest power couple, and I think the creators thought it would be funny to build this alternate universe where these two hate each other. But it just doesn't work for me now because this moment has passed and I can only watch it in the present day, and we haven't needed an alternate universe where these two hate each other in like 20 years. Plus, this meta angle of making the joke about the actors and not the characters really kind of disrupts the show's escapism. But the main reason I don't care for this one is that Will's aggression toward Rachel and Ross's victimization by a school librarian just makes the episode feel too cruel. Go ahead and try to change my view. Coming up next, we have one that is not a controversial pick. It is my number 228, and that's actually exactly where it sits on IMDb. This is season 8, episode 8, The One with the Stain. Monica thinks their new maid stole her jeans, so she sneaks up on her to inspect her crotch for a familiar stain. Rachel wants Ross's neighbor's apartment. She's a sick old lady. They spend the episode waiting for her to pass away. And Phoebe is trying to make things work with her twin sister's ex-fiancé, played by Sean Penn. All three of the plots are just a little uneasy and for different reasons. And I would also say the pacing is very poor. It's just a very slow unraveling of stories that probably don't leave the audience feeling great. Up next, we've got season 9, episode 6, The One with the Male Nanny. In this one, Rachel wants to hire Sandy, a male nanny, and Ross acts like Sandy's career choice is some kind of weird perversion, and the ratio of funny and joyful content to Ross's discomfort spiraling into oddly deep insults against this guy, that's my main problem here. Next is The One with the Ick Factor, season 1, episode 22. Monica is dating a guy she really likes. Then she finds out he's in high school, a minor, 17, and I don't know, it just feels bad. It makes me not want to watch the episode, just this fact alone. That's pretty much it. There's nothing else about this episode that's particularly funny either. Coming up next is season 9, episode 17, The One with the Memorial Service. Ross and Chandler are going back and forth writing joke updates about each other in their college alumni newsletter, trying to one-up the humiliation of one another each time. Ross writes that Chandler is gay, which, you know, this day and age, it just sits wrong. And we're going to talk quite a bit in this video about how the show mishandles LGBTQ topics. Chandler eventually writes that Ross has passed away, and it seems that no one cares. This feels like a huge bummer. I don't know, this bums me out that Ross is watching the fact that nobody seems to react to this, so he decides to throw a fake memorial for himself. Predictably, a hot girl shows up to express her regret, and Ross, listening in, bursts through the door because he thinks he's got a shot with her somehow. Obviously, he does not. Now, when I talk with others about this show, Ross is often named as people's least favorite friend. And while I like Ross sometimes, but this episode makes it really hard to defend him. It just feels sociopathic to throw yourself a fake funeral just to listen in. Next up, we've got, slightly regrettably, The One with the Bullies. Slightly regrettably because we've got a really compelling storyline from Phoebe, but it was paired with one of the worst plots of the entire series. Phoebe finds out her father's address in Middletown, New York, and drives out to see him. When she gets there, she accidentally hits and slightly hurts the family dog. She takes it to the vet and brings it back. When she's back, she learns that her father doesn't live there anymore. He also walked out on the family living there. She meets her brother Frank, and it's a nice moment. Okay, but then we've got the one with the bullies. Ross and Chandler encounter literal bullies at the coffee house. They steal Chandler's hat, harass them, and threaten, then try to fight them. The ending, in which they all become friends, is unrealistic, but also cliche. It all just feels too tense and too cruel for the show, and it just totally pulls us out of the fantasy world that is the Friends universe. Now we've got season 1, episode 20, the one with the evil orthodontist. In this one, Rachel reunites with her would-have-been maid of honor Mindy, who is now engaged to her would-have-been husband Barry. Barry and Rachel start cheating on Mindy. Then we find out that Mindy and Barry used to cheat on Rachel. Barry feels like your run-of-the-mill, selfish, conceited, worst customer of the day at your job, and that part alone works against the escapism. But also the fact that Rachel would cheat or be part of this cheating speaks poorly on her, and we have just sunk our time into this whole season of the show, watching and rooting for her character growth. Next, season 7, episode 1, the one with Monica's Thunder. This is the night that Monica and Chandler get engaged. Monica wants to celebrate, but before long, everyone has some kind of grievance. Phoebe is mad they won't let her play at the wedding. Joey is mad when they say he doesn't look 19 years old. Rachel starts feeling sad and behind in life, so she kisses Ross, and this really unsettles Monica. She accuses Rachel of stealing her thunder, aka taking the attention off of her. There's just so much fighting and yelling in this one. I think Rachel was selfish and thoughtless, but not necessarily jealous, and definitely not mean-spirited. And I think Monica self-sabotaged by having very rigid expectations of how she should be celebrated on her special night. Anyway, they're all a little bit in the wrong, and it's just a total skip episode for me. Now we have season 8, episode 17, the one with the tea leaves. Friends sometimes makes the error of having people do creepy things and mistaking it for humor, like what Phoebe's date in this episode says his career is. Words I don't even want in my mouth, but it has to do with content he makes for children that is very inappropriate. This character alone really shoves the whole episode down a cliff. Moving on, we have season 9, episode 12, the one with Phoebe's rats. Phoebe and Mike care for a litter of rat babies. Gavin, who I'm sorry, I'm just not interested in the he's mean to you because he likes you kind of thing. I'm pretty much the exact age that Rachel is in this episode, and I could never imagine any attraction or crush or anything towards someone acting this way. Anyway, the two of them quite randomly make out. Joey has a crush on Rachel's nanny in this episode. Then we find out the nanny has a girlfriend, and we just get the most normal looking shot of two girlfriends walking out of an apartment together as a laugh track plays over it. And I know this is my modern lens that I'm watching it through, but you know, that's all I have. I am watching this in 2024, and it just doesn't settle right. It just feels like Friends treated same-sex relationships as this wild card that they could play when they didn't have any other ideas for surefire ways to make the audience laugh. It just feels strange now to imagine that the sight of two girls being in a relationship immediately was supposed to make people laugh. And I did notice as I rewatched that the show seemed to rely on or poke fun at LGBTQ topics when the show was struggling. I feel like they did it more in the beginning seasons as well as at the end. And at the end, people said it just wasn't as funny, and at the beginning it was still finding its way. Anyway, the rap part of this episode feels gross. Gavin is not a sympathetic character for me, and the third storyline feels lazy and cringy and really weird that they thought this was so funny. Now we have season 9, episode 19, the one with Rachel's dream. This episode is the paper-thin context of Rachel developing feelings straight out of the blue for Joey. She sees him acting as a character on his TV show, and then as a dream that she kisses him. It's one of the most contrived plots in the whole show. It was less contrived when Joey slowly developed and suffered through an unreciprocated crush. That one kind of made sense, but this one just feels so random. And then this is also the episode where Phoebe is singing her inappropriate and loud songs outside of Monica's brand new workplace, an upscale Manhattan restaurant. I said it earlier that I like all the Friends, but if someone pointed to this episode alone, I think it would be hard to defend Phoebe at all. Here is number 218 for me, and IMDb's 229, aka dead last, not counting clip shows. This is season 9, episode 22, the one with the donor. This is after Monica and Chandler find out about their fertility problems. So Chandler surprises Monica by bringing home a handsome coworker of his, played by John Stamos, to see if she would like him as a candidate for a sperm donor. John Stamos' character has no idea what they're up to, but the audience knows, and it just kind of makes us squirm a little bit too much. Another personal least favorite here with a very middle ranking on IMDb, we've got season 3, episode 17, the one without the ski trip. Things are awkward after Ross and Rachel break up, and both act like the other 4 friends are kids whose love they can buy in a divorce. Rachel is taking them on a ski trip, but car troubles force them to call the one person who isn't there and can come help, Ross. Then the two of them just fight and yell. It's just tense, and Chandler's coping mechanisms for the stress, smoking, and over-the-top humor make me feel just a little bit too sad. I know they're meant to be funny, but they just feel sad. Here is season 2, episode 19, the one where Eddie won't go. This one is just a bit spoiled for me because I feel like the subplot about the girls reading books about standing up for themselves as women feels like a dig toward women who really, truly do just want to stand up for themselves in situations where they feel overlooked at best or harmed at worst. I don't want to get too into it, honestly, because all my thoughts on this are complicated and nuanced, and I just want to talk about Friends. That's pretty much the same sentiment I have when I watch this episode. I don't want to think about this topic, I just want to watch Friends. We've now made it to season 8, episode 16, the one where Joey tells Rachel. Like I said, it feels less contrived that Joey would develop a crush than Rachel's random, out of the blue crush later on. But I still just don't love the Joey-Rachel plot, and Joey gets really, really sad in this one. The ending here, where they're both hugging, it just feels like way too much of a downer. Next up, another pretty controversial pick, season 9, episode 8, the one with Rachel's other sister. Christina Applegate plays Rachel's very oblivious and spoiled sister Amy. Christina Applegate's performance is very good, which is why this episode is so hard for me to watch. She's just that bad of a character. I, in my notes, wrote, nope, not relaxing at all, and now I remember why I don't watch this one. There's an actual physical fight in here, which I don't take as, oh, haha, siblings fighting. I honestly find it really upsetting, and again, This is just not what the show does at its best. Another solidly F-tier episode for me is season 7, episode 20, the one with Rachel's big kiss. Rachel bumps into her college friend Melissa, played by Winona Ryder, at the coffee house. They plan dinner together. Rachel tells her friends that she and Melissa once had a bit too much to drink in college and made out. Phoebe doesn't believe it, so Rachel invites her along to dinner so that Melissa can confirm it. Melissa says it never happened. At the end of the night, Rachel kisses Melissa, and Melissa confesses that she's deeply in love with Rachel and is thrilled that Rachel seems to feel the same. This episode ranks low for me because I feel really sad for Melissa that she's in the closet and seems to feel a lot of shame about it. And then when she does come out, it turns out that Rachel was just kind of using her to prove a point. This episode comes late in season 7, and it's kind of like what I said before. It almost feels like the show was running out of steam and they needed to pull this girls liking girls kind of card. It was almost like they thought it was a surefire way to get a laugh or keep interest. The one plot to this episode that I do like is Joey telling Monica and Chandler that he has invited his parents to their wedding. But Monica did not, so she spends her time in the episode trying to smooth it over with them. This is on the phone. We only saw Joey's parents in one episode in the entire series, so I'm kind of disappointed they didn't come back on screen for this. And I never looked into why they only had one episode. Maybe somebody knows the answer to this and you can tell me in the comments. Next we have season 8, episode 5, the one with Rachel's date. In this episode, Rachel goes on a date with one of Joey's co-stars. He dumps her when she says that she is pregnant. Ross comforts her. Rachel is about to possibly make some kind of move, but then she sees he has run into his new love interest, Mona. The main reason why this is so low is because I never cared for the Ross and Rachel will they, won't they thing, and by season 8, it has just run its course. I also just feel bad for Rachel in this episode. When you decide to enter parenthood unplanned like this, I imagine there would be a ton of surprises when it comes to the adjustments you'll have to make in life. Anyway, this episode is a downer. Season 9, episode 16, the one with the boob job, is probably the first episode on this list to land so low for just being boring. Monica and Chandler separately ask to borrow money from Joey, telling him not to tell the others that they had asked. We get a classic sitcom misunderstanding where Joey tells a lie and Chandler thinks Monica wants a boob job. He thinks he's talking her out of it, but Monica doesn't understand what he's talking about, so she assumes it's about something else. This is fine, but it's boring and it just doesn't feel fresh. Next up, we have season 8, episode 15, the one with the birthing video. The main plot here is that Chandler thinks Monica bought him a dirty video for Valentine's Day. He turns it on, but it turns out that it is a birthing video that Phoebe's friend let her borrow for Rachel. The funniest part about this episode is that Rachel has moved in with Ross, and Ross has not told his girlfriend Mona. When Mona comes over for Valentine's Day and Rachel is around, awkward sitcom comedy ensues. Next we have season 9, episode 5, the one with Phoebe's birthday dinner. It's filled with that tension that I don't like. It starts with Chandler and Monica fighting over him smoking, and it continues with Phoebe's anger and disappointment over how her friends react to the birthday dinner. The one thing I will say about this episode is that as a mother of a baby, I really feel for Rachel with all her nightmare scenarios when they get locked out of the apartment with Emma on the inside. This is season 8, episode 12, the one where Joey dates Rachel. You can probably already tell I'm not a fan of the Joey-Rachel romance or faux-mance. Overall, it just feels forced, probably because it's just another device for the will they, won't they, Ross and Rachel thing, which again has run its course. Here we go, it's season 7, episode 16, the one with the truth about London. This is the episode where the context is revealed for why Monica slept with Chandler in London. Turns out she wanted to just have a senseless hookup with Joey. When she couldn't find him, she just slept with Chandler. Chandler finds out about this and gets upset. It's got that tension that I don't like, but also I just don't think we needed an explanation for why they hooked up. And based on what I remember from that episode, it also feels a little like revised history. You see them bonding throughout the episode. But this episode is at the top of the F tier because I quite like the line about Rachel teaching Ben different pranks. There's an unconfirmed rumor that at the end of this episode, Jennifer Anniston didn't know that they were going to throw the Ross dummy down the stairs, and she actually screams David when they throw it, and they had to edit that out. But funny as that would be, this rumor seems to not have a lot to back it up. Now we've got season 10, episode 1, the one after Joey and Rachel kiss. They're still in Barbados in this one. Ross and Charlie get together, Joey and Rachel get together, Joey and Rachel chicken out of telling Ross. This one feels like a pretty run-of-the-mill sitcom episode. It's not bad, but it's definitely not living up to Friends' potential. Not even close. There's a lot of physical comedy, like when the friends are running back and forth between the walls to listen in on the others. And also, very little happens in this episode overall. Next up, we've got the one where Rachel goes back to work. Just an all-around subpar episode. I already expressed my thoughts on Gavin earlier, but to me, he's needlessly aggressive, and that makes him come off as weird and kind of unsettling, and it ruins any attractive qualities he might have had. These two don't make any sense together, and this cliche, oh, look how they hate each other thing in this episode, it's such a blatant setup for their nonsensical pairing. Not much else happening here. And that completes our F tier. We are now going to shift into D tier. I think we see a big shift in quality between the one where Rachel goes back to work and the one with the butt. That is our next episode, number 204, our first D tier pick. It's season 1, episode 6, the one with the butt. This episode isn't necessarily full of points that I would critique. It's the 6th episode of the whole show, and they're just kind of laying the groundwork. One of the plots is simply Monica likes things clean. So if you've watched the show through a million times, you might think, wait, how is this a story? None of it's really a story. Like I said, they're setting the groundwork. They show Joey struggling as an actor. They show Chandler having a hard time with dating. Anyway, the pacing here also isn't great, but the concept of Joey being Al Pacino's butt double is funny and kind of creative, so that gives this episode a little boost. I guess this next one is not such a controversial pick. I've seen people talk about it fondly on Reddit, so I thought it might be, but when I compare my rank to the IMDb one, perhaps it is not controversial. Coming in at number 204 is the one where Underdog Gets Away, season 1, episode 9. First of all, any jokes made in this episode are generally about women's anatomy, venereal disease, and sperm. And it just isn't my cup of tea. But this is the 9th episode of the show, so they're still finding their footing. Anyway, everyone is having a miserable Thanksgiving, which is the reason I really don't care for this one. Monica gets very, very upset when everyone puts all this pressure on her to make a beautiful meal for them, and then it gets ruined. Rachel can't go see her family. Ross feels alienated from his unborn child, and Joey is embarrassed about the ad that he's in about venereal disease. Anyway, I just really hate episodes where they're all yelling at each other, and Monica literally sobs in this one in a way that we really don't see for the rest of the show's run, which I'm happy about because it's sad and it hurts to watch her this upset. Next up, we've got Season 2, Episode 1, the one with Ross's new girlfriend. Ross comes back from his trip to China with a new girlfriend, Julie, who is very sweet and kind and pretty and a plot device. Seriously, Ross's girlfriends deserved better. Anyway, the reason I don't like this one is because there are just too many themes of non-consensual touching. Paolo is back, groping Phoebe in front of everyone, and no one stands up for her. Joey finds out that he was inappropriately touched by his tailor after Chandler was too. I don't know, again, it's just not the escapism that this show does best. Up next, we've got Season 10, Episode 4, the one with the cake. It's Emma's first birthday, and all the friends are either A, really out of character, or B, are in character, and we the audience have not noticed their glaring character flaws. What I mean is, no one wants to be at Emma's birthday. The episode kicks off with Chandler and Monica complaining about having to go, and it's like, wait a minute, you guys, all 6 of you have made your lives revolve around one another for the past 10 years. The first birthday of the child of 2 of these friends isn't a big deal for you? Monica and Chandler, aren't you her godparents? If Emma's first birthday isn't a big deal or a sacred event, then seriously, what would be? Next up, we have another Season 10 episode and another Thanksgiving one. I've started to realize as I make this list that I just generally don't like the Thanksgiving ones, and we've got another 2 coming up very soon. Although there is one Thanksgiving episode I love, we'll get to that much later. But we're still in the bottom 30 episodes, and I have named 4 of the 9 Thanksgiving ones. Anyway, this one is the one with the late Thanksgiving. I don't care for it, again, because of all the fighting. Why is there always fighting on Thanksgiving? Doesn't that stress anyone else out in real life when everyone fights on Thanksgiving? Maybe that's why some people like these episodes, because they feel realistic. But I much prefer episodes that don't feel real and that take ordinary life and make it look fun and easy. Anyway, in this one, everyone is late to the dinner that Monica was once again pressured into making. Everyone yells and fights, but then Monica gets the call that there's a potential match for an adoption. It's a sweet little moment and does give this episode a boost. Next up, I know we've got a controversial one. It's my number 199, and it's number 41 on IMDb. And I've seen people herald this one in online spaces, but I just don't care for Season 1, Episode 18, the one with all the poker. I don't like how dumb they make Phoebe and Rachel act at the beginning. I don't like the way Ross is mean to Rachel, and it's played off as, oh, that's because you like her. They bring in a character called Aunt Iris. The actress gives a good performance, but it just feels really out of place and interrupts the flow of the episode. Anyway, there's just too much tension. In the end, Ross lets Rachel win because she's going through a hard time in her professional life. It's sweet, but it's just not a fun episode if you're tired of the Ross-Rachel will they won't they thing. Here we have the one in Massapequa. This is the Alec Baldwin episode. He plays Phoebe's new, hyper-friendly, optimistic, positive boyfriend. The friends make fun of him. Phoebe hears and then really raises her voice, saying that the other friends have a collective dating record that is a who's who of human crap, specifically naming Tag, Janice, and Mona, who I don't know are all lovely people and not human crap. I mean, that was a direct quote. And literally in the episode right before this one, the one with the tea leaves, Phoebe went out on a date with someone who said he writes erotica for children, so that makes her really mean response feel even worse. Coming in at number 197, we have the one with the soap opera party. Joey throws a rooftop Days of Our Lives party. Joey didn't want the other friends to know about it, so he got them tickets to go see a one-woman show. The friends find out about the party, except for Chandler, who ends up going alone to see a piece called Why Don't You Like Me? It's meant to be obnoxious, and it feels like a cheap shot against women in the arts and also women who just want to be treated respectfully. This is also our introduction to Charlie, a Ross Joey love triangle member, or Ad and Rachel love square member. This episode just feels flimsy all around. People complain about Joey being flanderized or getting too unbelievably dumb as the show goes on. But in my opinion, the real problem is that they're just stretching him too thin. How can he be smart enough to throw the friends off from these parties for years, but he's dumb enough to think that they're asking him to flash them in this one scene in this episode? Number 196, Season 3, Episode 3, the one with the jam. I actually quite like this episode overall. There's just one glaring issue that knocks this one really far down. Phoebe wants to go out with her twin sister's stalker, like a literal stalker that Ursula has a restraining order against. He's incredibly creepy, and it's hard to believe that Phoebe would even be interested in him. The thing that I do like about this episode is Monica's story. She gets obsessed with making jam to take her mind off of Richard. When that doesn't work out, she decides she wants to have a baby by donor sperm, but Joey talks her out of it, convincing her that she's going to find true love before long. It's very sweet. I love the Monica-Joey moments in this show that don't involve Chandler. I like those too, but that's a different dynamic. Next up, we've got Season 1, Episode 12, the one with the dozen lasagnas. Not much happens here, except for Rachel leaving Paolo because he groped Phoebe. I think that this is handled really sweetly and correctly between Rachel and Phoebe, but then they really cheapen the situation when Monica says something like, "Paolo, I hate you, but I need to get rid of lasagnas, so here," and the laugh track plays. And then it's really made rotten when Paolo's misconduct becomes a win for Ross. It's presented as, haha, Paolo's a bad guy, which means Ross is a good guy. And now Ross is one step closer to winning Rachel. And I just don't care for that. We have a two-parter, the one in Barbados. Sometimes it's treated as 2 episodes, sometimes just 1. We're going to treat it as 1. I don't care for this one because it just doesn't feel like it needed to take place in Barbados. They could have done all the same plots or better plots in New York. The change of scenery, it just feels like it's meant to trick us into thinking this episode is better than it is. I mean, one of the storylines is just Monica's hair getting frizzy in the weather. Phoebe ends up with Mike here, not David, which is, I like Mike, but I always wanted her with David. I heard once that they had planned to put her with David in the end all along, but they just really liked the chemistry that Lisa Kudrow and Paul Rudd had on screen. But to be honest, I don't think that chemistry was better than the chemistry she had with Hank Azaria. Anyway, we also see Charlie finally realizing Joey is not nearly intellectual enough for her, and we're like, yeah, we know Charlie. It's just not my favorite episode. Coming up next, we have Season 2, Episode 24, the one with Barry and Mindy's wedding. Rachel goes to Barry and Mindy's wedding and is humiliated, first by the pink dress that she has to wear, second by the fact that She learns that Barry told everyone she had syphilis, which made her crazy, and that's why she ran out on him. Too much secondhand humiliation for me. And then we've got Joey wanting to practice his acting by kissing a man, and too much of the humor in this one is, haha, Joey's acting gay. Monica and Richard break up in this one, and Chandler is falling in love with a girl he met online. Turns out that girl is Janice, and this is why the episode is not a total bust for me. We actually learn that Janice likes art and has a complicated home life. And I have a soft spot for Janice, and I just really love the details we get about her here. Here we have another, haha, Joey's acting gay, LOL episode. And that's why season 7, episode 6 is low for me. This is the one with the nap partners. Joey and Ross accidentally fall asleep on each other while watching Die Hard, and Joey enjoyed this nap. He spends the episode trying to trick Ross into falling asleep again. In this episode, Phoebe and Rachel are fighting over Monica's maid of honor spot, and we have Monica worrying that Chandler won't like her anymore if she gains weight. Another reason it ranks so low is just the highly unlikely context of the Monica plot. She's out with the girls and someone says, "You're going to be the next Mrs. Chandler Bing," or something like that. A woman overhears and with no context comes over and says, "Good luck." Monica goes home, tells Chandler about it. Chandler immediately guesses this must have been my girlfriend from summer camp, who he dumped for gaining weight. It's so unlikely. At number 191, we have season 6, episode 6, the one on the last night. Rachel is moving out of Monica's so Chandler can move in. Rachel and Monica get into a huge fight. Phoebe kind of started it. It's probably not surprising by this point that I wouldn't like an episode like this. It's mostly fighting, but it does get a little boost from the storyline about Chandler making up a game called Cups, inventing rules as he goes along so that Joey can win and Chandler can give him money. Here we have season 9, episode 9, the one with Rachel's phone number. So we're getting to the midpoint of season 9 here, which meant that when I was watching the show through to make this list, I was nearly finished. So my note here in all caps was, no, not the Ross Rachel will they won't they again. Stop, just stop. In this one, Ross is about to, just as he's been about to so many times throughout the show's run, talk to Rachel about his feelings, but nope, he's stopped because Rachel gave her phone number to a guy at a bar and he called her. So that's what this episode is named after. There's 2 other boring plots here. It's just not the best. Next we have the one with Joey's new brain, season 7, episode 15. The best part about this episode is Ross wanting to play bagpipes at the Mondler wedding, which is funny and classic. But this one is obviously named after Joey's storyline. He's written back into Days of Our Lives, and I just hate this character on the show, Jessica Lockhart. I can't remember if that's the actress's name or the character's name, but the actress is getting fired for her terrible attitude, I guess. The actress character is just really cruel and it's hard to watch. She actually hits another actress really hard when it's supposed to be fake. It's supposed to be acting, and anyone who's ever been hit in the face by someone who got away with it, I don't know, maybe they just can't sink into the episode after that. The only part of this episode I like is the bagpipes. At number 188, we have the one with the mugging. Phoebe and Ross realize that she had mugged him when they were teenagers. She stole his self-made comic book, Science Boy. Something about that is just really upsetting. Stealing a wallet just isn't as sad as her taking something he sank his time into and was proud of. Luckily, she still had the comic after all these years, which takes some of that sadness away, but then we're just left with the realization that this plot is so contrived. Next up we have season 10, episode 9, the one with the birth mother. I'm gonna get a little real life here. I'm really glad that Friends showed that families can look lots of different ways: surrogacy, adoption, single parenthood, same sex couples. But in recent years, people have been speaking out more and more about some of the unethical practices in the industry of the private adoption of infants. That does not mean that Friends did anything wrong here, and I'm not saying that private adoption is inherently bad, but Monica lying to Erica about who they are after a file mix-up reminds me of the way that a lot of real-life birth moms report not being told full truths. I understand Monica must be in so much pain about her fertility struggles, but that pain doesn't make her entitled to someone else's biological child if the birth mother is looking for someone different. But at least at the end, Monica seems to see it this way too, and they do come clean to Erica, and she chooses them anyway. This episode is also known for Joey doesn't share food, which is a classic and well-remembered line from this show. That's maybe a touch overrated. Coming in at number 186, we have Season 10, Episode 6, the one with Ross's Grant. This is just a very forgettable episode. The dad from Little Miss Sunshine, lovely movie, bribes Ross with a grant so that he will leave his girlfriend Charlie. In the end, Charlie leaves Ross for this character anyway. Phoebe gives up that creepy 3D painting of that lady, and Rachel and Monica pretend to argue over who gets it because neither one wants her, but they want Phoebe to think that they both want her. Joey is mad that Chandler didn't watch his acting reel, in which he has done a lipstick commercial. Again, nothing too bad about this episode, just 3 really underwhelming plots. Coming in at number 185, we have Season 8, Episode 14, the one with the secret closet. Much like the last one I mentioned, there's really nothing to this episode. Monica has a closet that she won't let Chandler look inside of. Turns out that's just because it's messy. The worst part about this episode is that stretching Joey too thin thing that I mentioned earlier. He's dumb enough to seriously suggest that Monica could be hiding Richard behind the closet door, but suddenly he's smart enough to take Rachel to the hospital and ask intelligent questions when she goes in for Braxton Hicks contractions. We're also in the midst of Joey's unrequited crush on Rachel, which just has too sad of a tone for me. Next up, we've got Season 9, Episode 4, the one with the sharks. Recently, I saw someone on Reddit say that this episode sounds like it was written by AI, and now I can't unsee it or unthink it. In this one, Monica thinks Chandler is pleasuring himself to a shark documentary. The reality is that he was watching something erotic, but changed the channel when he heard her coming, which is the logical conclusion that I think anyone would come to. Also in this episode, Ross sets Phoebe off by telling her that he admires her dating attitude and how she just doesn't worry that her relationships never turn serious. We're supposed to buy that he was saying this in good faith, but come on, what a backhanded compliment, Ross. It also doesn't feel like Phoebe would cry this much over one comment from Ross. It's kind of shocking that this cut so deeply. All right, I'm about to ask you all to bear with me because my next 5 picks are controversial as per my scores compared to the IMDb ones. I don't love the following episodes, but they are clearly fan favorites, so it is okay to disagree with me, and please do so in the comments if you would like. I'll do the next two together because I ended up placing them together and it's technically a two-parter. This is season 2, episodes 12 and 13, the one after the Super Bowl, parts 1 and 2, with part 2 coming in at 183 and part 1 at 182. These two don't really feel like two parts of the same story. They actually feel like two totally different episodes. The common thread is Ross and his monkey plot. He's visiting Marcel. Another thing that happens is Phoebe playing her music at a children's event. She plays "That's the Kind of Thing That You Don't Want to Do." And this song always gets stuck in my head, even though I don't watch this episode a lot. And I swear I sing it to my toddler every day when she's trying to climb furniture or catch a bird at the playground. Anyway, Brooke Shields plays a character who stalks Joey and thinks he's really Dr. Ramore from Days of Our Lives. I hate this plot. It's so unrealistic and creepy and dumb. Chandler starts going out with Susie, who was played by Matthew Perry's then real-life girlfriend, Julia Roberts. She is only pretending to like him and seduces him in a restaurant bathroom stall so that she can steal his clothes and run away. This was payback for when he lifted up her skirt at a school play in grade school, which I kind of hate this. I just hate this all around. Then, of course, Rachel and Monica get into an actual physical fight over Jean-Claude Van Damme. They're flicking, hitting, destroying each other's stuff. Phoebe forcefully rips them away from each other. I really dislike this line. Surprise, surprise. Nothing pulls me out of the Friends fantasy world quite like actual hitting and shoving and harm, physical harm. This is just a personal take, and you may find me oversensitive, but everything here that is played for a laugh actually makes me stressed. Imagining the little girl's embarrassment when Chandler lifts her skirt, imagining Chandler's embarrassment when she steals his clothes, the physical fight, Ross feeling rejected by a pet, Joey having a literal stalker. This episode just has traces of things about the real world that make me very, very anxious. I know that these two rank high for people, but I just can't put it in a better spot. And my next two picks are even more controversial. Coming up next is IMDb's 14th top-rated episode, the one with Chandler in a box. This is season 4, episode 8, another Thanksgiving one. There are a few subplot things here. Ross accusing Rachel of always returning gifts, Monica seeing an eye doctor who ends up being Richard's son, and then inviting him to dinner where things get weird. But the main story here is that this episode takes place after Chandler kisses Joey's girlfriend, Kathy. Joey is understandably furious and feels betrayed by Chandler. Chandler is trying all kinds of things to make it up to him, and Joey refers back to the time when he willingly climbed into the entertainment center to prove to a potential buyer of the entertainment center that he could fit in there. The potential buyer then, of course, locks Joey inside and robs their place, and Joey tells Chandler that when he was stuck in there, all he could think about was how much he had let Chandler down. So Chandler says he would stay in a box and think about how he let Joey down if that would help things. So they actually put Chandler in a box at Thanksgiving dinner. He's supposed to be in there thinking about what he did, and I don't like what Chandler did, but I really hate this. I get why Joey feels betrayed, but it's just not healthy to hold a friend to some kind of punishment, especially something like this if you really think about it. I don't know, maybe I feel so strongly because I'm claustrophobic, but this just sounds cruel. I don't know. Admittedly, it's kind of a creative idea for an episode, I will give it that. Luckily, Joey also comes around in the end and gives his blessing for Chandler and Kathy to be together, so it ends well, but I almost never watch this one. Okay, next. You still with me? Great. But I regret to inform you that I don't enjoy season 5, episode 8, the one with all the Thanksgivings, very much. This episode has just never really made sense to me. I've argued about this, not very passionately, on Reddit before, and based on up and down votes, I think my opinion is the losing one here, but this is just how I see it. The friends are sitting around talking about old Thanksgivings. We get a retelling of 2 Thanksgivings from the Geller Green Bing college years. In the first one, Monica overhears Chandler making fun of her, calling her fat. In the second one, the very next year, Monica has lost a ton of weight and wants to exact revenge on Chandler. The plan is to seduce and then reject him. Turns out that Monica doesn't know how to flirt. She's trying to use a knife as a prop in this weird little seductive dance, and she accidentally drops the knife on his foot, severing off part of his toe. When this story is told, Chandler gets very upset with Monica, who he is now secretly dating. I never understood Chandler's reaction here. Before the retelling of this story, he knew Monica had dropped the knife on accident, and after the retelling, he knew that she dropped the knife on accident. There was added context that she was doing this to seduce and then reject him because he'd called her fat. But the context before the retelling was that she was just doing a weird dance. I don't know, at this point, he's already lost his toe and forgiven Monica for it, and I just don't see how this added context was enough to make him this upset. It's not like the context was that she did it on purpose. I know that I'm in the minority here, but overall it just feels forced to me. It's not about Chandler overreacting or anything like that. It just feels forced. It feels like they wanted Chandler to be angry so that they could set up the physical comedy of Monica needing to make him laugh with the turkey head so that they could have their, cathartic burst into their first I love you. It's not about Chandler not having the right to be upset. It just feels forced. Anyway, I also hate that she puts the turkey on her head. I just find it gross. And it's also a little too much physical comedy for me. And I also thought that Mondler could have had a better I love you than this for their first one. Season 10, episode 2, the one where Ross is fine, is my next pick. I like that Frank Jr. and the triplets are in this one. We're in the last season of the show at this point, the second episode in it, and it feels like they spend a good part of this season making a sweep of goodbyes to some of the more important side characters like him. So this was kind of his send-off, and it was sweet. We also have Mondler visiting a couple with an adopted child. He's played by the Spy Kids boy, who is also Meghan Trainor's husband in real life. And of course, predictably, Chandler tells the kid he's adopted, which he didn't know. But the main plot is Ross being all uptight and weirded out and upset by Joey and Rachel getting together. He gets drunk at dinner and acts scary. And I mean, come on, Ross, you only had 1,000 chances to either tell Rachel you want to be with her or to just decide that you don't. And you just don't take these chances. And I don't know, you can't expect no one else to want her. Even if that person is your friend, I don't know. This one just isn't my favorite. And again, justice for Charlie. She deserved better than her boyfriend acting this way at dinner because he's all hung up on his ex being with his friend. But I will say that David Schwimmer gives a really good performance here. For the next 4, I'm going to try to do these as quick as possible because these are 4 episodes where most of my commentary is not much happens. We're pretty much right in the middle of our D tier now, so it makes sense that we're starting to come across more not that bad, just boring kinds of episodes. So at 178, we have the one with Monica's boots. Monica buys expensive boots despite Chandler's dismay at the price. She hides how much they hurt her feet. This is also the one where Phoebe wants Ross to introduce her to Sting, whose son goes to school with Ben. We get the Ross can joke, which I don't find it funny. I don't know. At 177, we have Season 6, Episode 12, the one with the joke. Chandler and Ross argue over who wrote a joke that Ross got published in Playboy. We never get to hear the joke, but we're expected to be interested in it for a 22-minute episode. At 176, we have Season 8, Episode 13, the one where Chandler takes a bath. This episode is named after the C plot, which is exactly what it sounds like. Chandler wants to take a good bath to relax. Okay. Also, Ross and Rachel argue over baby names, which is kind of fun because naming a child is difficult. Next, we have the one where Monica sings, Season 9, Episode 13. Monica sings at a bar where Mike is playing piano. She seems to be a big hit. It's because her shirt is see-through. This is also a Gavin episode, which I already expressed my feelings there, but it's a goofy match, it's not fun to watch, and it's even less fun to watch Ross just spiraling over the thought of these two together when, yeah, Ross, okay, you had your chances. I'm just kind of repeating myself here, but it does start to feel like Season 9 is very repetitive. We have the one with Ross's inappropriate song. Ross and reluctantly Rachel get Emma to laugh for the first time by singing Baby Got Back. It's actually a pretty cute storyline, and it reminds me that I actually really like these two together when they're being good, healthy, non-toxic friends to each other. Also in this episode, Phoebe meets Mike's fancy, snooty parents who live in a luxurious home on the Upper East Side. They're stuffy, and of course they don't like Phoebe, and they say so when Phoebe leaves the room and Mike stands up for Phoebe. It's just all too predictable for me. When we find out Phoebe will be going to the Upper East Side to meet Mike's parents over dinner, this is just the most predictable route for the story. There's nothing creative about it. Coming up next at number 173, we have Season 8, Episode 6, the one with the Halloween party. I feel like I can't quite articulate all the reasons why I don't enjoy this one, but I don't. For one, I guess I don't like Sean Penn's role on the show as Ursula's fiance, who then starts going out with Phoebe, but I am kind of blown away at Lisa Kudrow's performance. Ursula feels just different enough that you would never mix Phoebe and Ursula up just watching one of them in a scene, but it's not like Ursula is so obviously different either. It's just really good acting. I don't think it even boils down to good writing. I think this is just really good acting. Anyway, I always found Chandler and Ross and their dumb costumes really irritating in this one. I don't know. What a surprise. I think it's probably because they're fighting. Next, at number 172, we have the one with the engagement pictures. This is Season 7, Episode 5. Another nothing happens kind of episode. Chandler can't smile well for an engagement photo. Rachel wants to date her new assistant, Tag. Phoebe and Ross are dating new people who used to be a couple themselves. The Phoebe and Ross story is the best one of this bunch. Those two have really good chemistry when they are paired together for an episode. Also, as I rewatched Friends this time, I realized that one of my favorite things about Rachel was how hard she fought for the wrong guys, or guys she had no chemistry with, namely Joshua in Season 4 and Danny in Season 5. But I don't know, at this point, it just feels kind of old. Or maybe she did have good chemistry with Tag, I'm not sure. But the whole episode, it was just underwhelming overall. Now we've come to Season 2, Episode 20, the one where Old Yeller dies. Not much happens here. but there are also some depressing undertones. Phoebe's mom used to shield Phoebe from sad endings to films. She's just now learning that Old Yeller dies. Chandler and Joey realize they like hanging out with Richard, but accidentally call him Dad, and it's super awkward. Ross spells out the life plans that he has for himself and Rachel, and this scares her. They have this weird tension thing that spills into them professing their love for each other for the first time. It's so very sitcom, but considering how they have actually done some really memorable romantic things for Ross and Rachel as a couple so far, it just felt like they could have done better for their first I Love You. Next is the one with the stripper, season 8, episode 8. In this one, Monica lets Chandler get a stripper, I think to make up for him either not having a bachelor party or having one but with no stripper there. Anyway, it turns out she's a prostitute. It also turns out that she's the same actress that played a stripper on The Office a few years later. It's pretty one-dimensional of a story. Then there's Mr. Green, Rachel's dad, angrily confronting Ross for impregnating Rachel. This scream fest happens in front of Ross's girlfriend, Mona. Mona, of course, has not yet heard from her boyfriend about the pregnancy. Here's a note that I took when watching this one. Mona, run, girl, run. Mona puts up with way too much. So many red flags. It's also just a little too tense of an episode, and the stripper line, it's just uncreative for me. But I always think that Mr. Green's actor really knocks it out of the park, even if the character puts me a little on edge. Next up, 5 Steaks and an Eggplant, Season 2, Episode 5. An episode with one main plot and just kind of a downer overall, but something so true to being in your 20s. Sometimes your peers have decent paying careers and sometimes they're flat broke. It doesn't mean you're going to be rich or poor forever or that you're smart or dumb. It's just how your 20s go. This is the central tension of the episode, with Phoebe, Rachel, and Joey feeling like the other 3 are not understanding that they don't have the same kind of disposable income as them. In the end, Monica gets fired from her new job, and everyone comforts and helps her out. It's a little too tense, but not a bad work of comedy television by any means, just not the kind of episode that I like. The next 4 I noticed are all really low ranking ones on IMDb, so just keep that in mind that these might be controversially highly ranked. Tell me what you think. Coming in at my number 168 and IMDb's 220, we have the one with Ross's Step Forward, episode 11 of season 8. Mona asks Ross where they are as a couple and he freaks out, but then gives her a key to his apartment. He didn't want to actually do this, so he gets the lock replaced. Of course, they're working on it right when Mona comes over to visit. In other news, Phoebe tries to get Rachel to sleep with her weird friend because Rachel's pregnancy hormones are going crazy, and she's trying to be helpful. Chandler tells his creepy boss that he and Monica broke up so that Monica doesn't have to be around him, which of course backfires. This isn't the best episode, but the funniest part is Ross saying something like, "I didn't give her a key, I gave her the key, my only key. I am now a homeless man in a very serious relationship." Next up, we have a holiday episode, Season 2, Episode 9, the one with Phoebe's dad. Maybe this one ranks so low on IMDb because we don't actually get to meet Phoebe's dad, and maybe the audience just felt let down. Phoebe goes to his address in Middletown, which we later learn in the one with the bullies he wasn't living at anyway. But in this episode, she waits outside his house looking for the courage to go in. Monica, meanwhile, is hosting a Christmas party, but the heater breaks, it's stuck on the highest setting. Ross is trying to win Rachel over. This is the episode after the one with the list. There's not much to this episode, to be honest. My next pick takes place just a few episodes after this last one. It's the one with Russ, and it's season 2, episode 10. Rachel starts dating Russ, who kind of looks like Ross, but of course, in post-production, they added David Schwimmer's voice to Russ's actor's lip movements. Monica is also dating Fun Bobby in this one. Turns out he's an alcoholic. It's not the funniest line for me. This is also the one where Joey gets his spot on Days of Our Lives. I think this one isn't really hateable, but it's widely forgettable, and it's very far down, ranking at number 219 on IMDb. Now we have season 3, episode 4, which is number 222 on IMDb, the one with the metaphorical tunnel. Chandler tries to get serious with Janice and ends up scaring her. Phoebe pretends to be Joey's agent, and Ross doesn't want Ben playing with a Barbie. There's not much to the Phoebe line, and my modern 2024 lens tells me to tell Ross to knock it off, to boo that story. And to be honest, it's just not that funny. Like, there's not a lot of jokes or good situational humor in that one. But I love a Janice episode. Their interaction in the grocery store is the best part. Chandler says he's in her neighborhood for some woman's party, and Janice asks what woman he knows in Chelsea, and Chandler says, Chelsea? Nevertheless, it's pretty forgettable. I've ranked season 9, episode 21, the one with the fertility test, next. Monica and Chandler are getting fertility tests after not conceiving, after a year of trying. This one, it's really sad in the end when we find out that there is a problem. And one thing that always drives me nuts about this episode is that the laugh track plays when Chandler is explaining the test results to Monica.
My sperm have low motility, and you have an inhospitable environment.
This must have been some kind of error in post-production. Anyway, the reason this one isn't lower is because the other two stories in it are good. Phoebe makes a big stink about Rachel wanting to get a massage at one of these big corporate massage chains, and Rachel says she won't go but goes anyway. Turns out that Phoebe works there and will be her masseuse. So Phoebe pretends to be Swedish and won't let Rachel look up from the table. Rachel sees Phoebe's shoes and asks Phoebe a bunch of Sweden trivia. A line that always cracks me up, man, you can lie about Sweden. This episode also has Ross trying to help Joey come up with some smart things to say for taking Charlie to the Met. Joey memorizes a script that Ross tells him. Later, Charlie tells Ross that she knew what was up because Joey was talking about things that were nowhere around. I think this was a bit of a missed opportunity. I would have loved to see Joey actually talking about Van Gogh's brush techniques while looking at a modern sculpture or something. Our next one is Joey Speaks French, season 10, episode 13. This one is ranked above the middle in IMDb at number 102, and that surprised me. I thought that people generally hated this episode because they make Joey so extraordinarily dumb in this one. He wants to learn French for an audition, and he literally can't reproduce basic syllables that he hears, and somehow thinks that speaking gibberish will do.
Je m'appelle Claude.
Je t'appelle Blue.
It's not quite what I'm saying.
This is the weakest storyline of the episode and really drags it down. We also have Rachel going home after her father had a heart attack, and that sounds like it would be a downer, but he's doing just fine, and we get some funny interactions with him and Ross, like when Mr. Green asks him what's new and says, "Knocked up any of my other daughters lately?" And Ross says, "Nope, just the one." We also have Erica, the birth mother, visiting Chandler and Monica. She says that she isn't sure if the father of the child is her high school boyfriend or some other guy who is in prison for offing his own father. It's kind of uncreative, but Matthew Perry's performance as a very anxious Chandler makes this storyline better. Now we have the one where Estelle dies, which is just 2 episodes later, season 10, number 15. Earlier, I said that it felt like season 10 kind of did a big sweep of goodbyes to the bigger side characters. This one is kind of a goodbye to Zellner, who I thought was a hilarious counter to Rachel's antics, particularly in the episode where she accidentally kisses him. It's also a goodbye to Janice. This is her last episode, and a goodbye, of course, to Estelle. I do wish we could have gotten a real goodbye to Estelle, not an actual final literal goodbye where one day she's just gone, but such is life, I suppose. In Janice's final scene, she and her husband were about to put an offer on the house right next to Chandler and Monica's, so Chandler pretends to still be in love with her to deter her from doing so. It wasn't the best send-off because this was also how Mondler got out of inviting her to the wedding after she invited herself. This episode isn't so bad overall, and it does have such a the show is almost over kind of vibe. The next one on my list has a much different vibe, as in this show is just beginning. This is season 1, episode 3, the one with the thumb. Phoebe keeps winning or finding money that she feels she doesn't deserve, like when she opens a soda and finds a literal human thumb inside the can, and the soda company sends her $7,000 as an apology. It's a little weird and grotesque, but kind of quirky and unexpected for a sitcom. Next up, we have the one with Phoebe's husband, season 2, episode 4. I'm pretty sure this is the episode that blessed us with this iconic Rachel Green outfit for the first time. Anyway, this one is named for Phoebe's line. We learn that she is in a green card marriage with an ice dancer who thought he was gay. Turns out he's not, and he wants a divorce from Phoebe so he can marry his girlfriend. Phoebe is kind of crushed because she was actually in love with him despite thinking he was gay. Steve Zahn from Speak and season 1 of White Lotus plays Phoebe's husband, and I always really liked this actor. He just has a very calming presence for me on screen. I can't explain it, I just like him, and I think that puts this one a bit higher than it would be. The other storylines are nothing to write home about either. Rachel tries to stop Ross from sleeping with Julie, and the other friends find out Joey did an adult film as an extra, so they watch that. It's pretty forgettable. Coming in at number 159, we have season 7, episode 4, the one with Rachel's assistant. The main story here is that Rachel wants to hire the young, attractive, but inexperienced Tag as her new assistant instead of the older woman with a lot of relevant experience. She picks Tag. Tag as a character, we know that he's not meant to be with Rachel, and I think earlier I said that it feels a little old by season 7 that she keeps pushing for the wrong guy. But the more I think about Tag, the more he kind of grows on me. The more I watched, the more I liked him. I thought he was a good character for the time being, even though he ultimately wasn't a good pick for Rachel. And my last pick to top out the D tier seems like it would be placed higher for most people, but I'm going to have to go with season 10, episode 14, the one with Princess Consuela. This one has a little throwback to Mark. Rachel previously got fired from her job, and Mark shows up and tries to help by setting her up for a potential job in Paris. We get the funny bit about Ross frantically complaining that Mark says he's trying to help her, but he knows that he's just trying to sleep with her, and Chandler says, "It's 7 years ago." Dakota Fanning guest stars as the little girl living in the house that the Mondlers are buying. She connects with Joey because she doesn't want to leave and he doesn't want them to go. Side note, Dakota Fanning was very talented as a child star. I've not kept up with her career. I know she's still acting now, but wow, she was a very talented kid. This episode is named after Phoebe realizing that she can change her name to anything, and she would like to be called Princess Consuela Banana Hammock. I just don't find that funny at all. Now that we're at the end of D tier, I noticed that seasons 9 and 10 are overrepresented here in my bottom picks, but I also noticed that I kind of gripe about Phoebe a lot in this first part of the video. I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but there's something different about Phoebe in later seasons that I just don't connect with. I really enjoy her in the earlier seasons though, but I don't care about her story with Mike. I also think that nearly everything they give her that's meant to be funny in the later seasons just doesn't land. It's almost like the writers were trying too hard. But anyway, with that, we are done with D tier. My first pick, or bottom of the C tier, is Season 1, Episode 11, the one with Mrs. Bing. The B plot is Monica and Phoebe tending to an attractive man in a coma. C plot is Rachel writing a romance novel, and she was inspired by the star of the A plot, Chandler's mom. In this episode, Chandler's successful but flighty and oversharing and self-involved mother, a romance book author, kisses Ross. Chaos ensues between Ross and Chandler. I liked this episode more than I thought I would. I think Matthew Perry gives a really dynamic performance, and it really rounds out his character as well. Mrs. Bing is a very unusual kind of mother, but she wasn't unbelievable as a character either. The problem with this episode is the pacing, the hiding of the kiss, followed by Chandler's anger with Ross and his mom. That part takes up too much of the episode for it to really have flow. My second C tier pick is Season 2, Episode 2, the one with the breast milk. My main note here was that this one was pretty forgettable. The title storyline is that Ross is caring for Ben, and everyone freaks out when Phoebe and Joey try the breast milk that Carol left for the baby. Not much happens here. This is a really good example of the show feeling dated. Everything in this one is about mommies and boobies and anatomy, and it just doesn't land. Another plot here is Monica cheating, in air quotes, on Rachel with Julie, and this is also the episode with the Western style plot of Joey dueling the other cologne guy when he's working in the department store. It's goofy and it's very experimental, this plot line, and it seems like they decided this little experimental vision for this plot didn't quite work out because you really don't see them try things like this much later. Next up, we have Season 1, Episode 10, the one with the monkey. This is a New Year's Eve episode. The friends all make a pact that they won't bring dates. I think that just about everyone fails at this, including Chandler, who brings Janice. This is her second episode, but the first time where she's truly her over-the-top self that we know and love for the rest of the show's run. This is also David's first episode. And anyway, it's also, of course, the one with the monkey. I really don't care for the monkey. I find him a little creepy, but, I wish him the best. The idea to put the monkey in the show so early, it feels like a gimmick to me, almost like they needed to add something really novel and extravagant so that people would tune into the show. But luckily, it seems like it just didn't take them very long to realize they didn't need the monkey. Here comes Season 3, Episode 11, the one where Chandler can't remember which sister. Chandler is grieving his relationship with Janice, and he gets drunk and kisses one of Joey's 7 sisters. He can't remember which one, of course. Joey's about to come after Chandler for messing with her feelings, so Chandler tells Joey that he has real and deep feelings for his sister. But of course it doesn't take long for it to come out that he has no idea which Italian-American woman he kissed. This isn't a bad episode overall, and it's not that forgettable either. It's just maybe not that light. My favorite part of the whole thing is when Joey is warning Chandler about how intense his grandmother is, saying that she was like the 6th person to spit on Mussolini's hanging body. Next up we have the one with George Stephanopoulos, the 4th episode of the entire show. This is a cute one, but really not much happens here. I just enjoy the slumber party vibe with Rachel and the girls, who are all just feeling a little behind in life. It's cute and certainly a moment that solidifies the girls' friendship for me after Rachel has joined the group. Time for another Thanksgiving pick. This one, season 3, episode 9, the one with the football. I didn't expect to enjoy as much as I did on the rewatch. I don't like when Ross and Monica's fighting feels too serious and too real, and that's kind of the crux of this episode. They're fighting over a homemade family football trophy. They play against each other with the other 4 friends spread out on their teams. Chandler and Joey also fight over a beautiful Dutch woman. Joey confuses the Netherlands for Never Everland from Peter Pan, and Ross says, "Alright, that's enough geography for the insane," which for some reason caught me off guard and really made me laugh. I like that this one takes place outdoors, and it does have a really nice fall vibe to it, but again, all that arguing and fighting knocks it down. And speaking of arguing and fighting, next up we've got season 3, episode 15, the one where Ross and Rachel take a break. This is another one I was not expecting to enjoy very much because we know what this one is all about. Ross won't relent on his jealousy of Mark, and Rachel just can't keep hearing about it when she's not doing anything wrong. Rachel says that they should take a break. Ross goes out and sleeps with Chloe from the Xerox place. I think this is the episode people point to the most where they say they don't like Ross, and yeah, he's pretty much at his worst here. Rachel has finally gotten her foot in the door in the fashion industry after waiting tables and sending resumes for years, and Ross interrupts her after she told him no and even starts a fire in her office. I really feel for her when she gets home and Ross is preemptively accepting the apology he expects her to give, and she says, "I was going to give you the chance to apologize to me." I've been in relationships like that where I was feeling that very way, and it's just dizzying, I think is the best word. Anyway, even though this is not an example of what Friends is at its best, and this is not light and overall not funny or great for sinking into to forget the world, I do have to give it to the actors. David Schwimmer and Jennifer Anniston give stunning performances here, so I'm making a bit of an exception by placing this one as high as it is. And now we've got one that definitely is light. It's season 7, episode 9, the one with all the candy. The title story is pretty forgettable. Monica makes free candy for the building neighbors. They get really greedy and ungrateful. Rachel makes a fake employee evaluation of Tag meant to be playful and flirtatious. Oh, it accidentally got submitted for real. Now they are in a predicament. In this episode, we also have the storyline with Ross getting Phoebe a bike since she never had one as a kid, and then he tries to help her overcome her fear of it and also learn to ride it. They're probably the most different from each other out of all the friends, and Phoebe's kind of a good heel almost to Ross in most of the storylines where they're paired. But on this rewatch, I realize how much I really like the two of them together. Next up, we have season 5, episode 4, the one where Phoebe hates PBS. I just have a few criticisms with this one. First of all, it comes right after Phoebe gives birth to the triplets, and this is never acknowledged. There's some physical and emotional healing that would come with this. Anyway, that's probably too real world of a critique, but that's one of the reasons this doesn't rank higher, if I'm being honest. This is also the one where Chandler does his stupid, covert bragging and dancing. Then they argue, which I don't blame Monica for being so angry, but I just don't want to see it. Now we've got a really low ranking episode on IMDb, Season 4, Episode 9, the one where they're going to party. And I think it's ranked so low because very little happens in this one. Chandler and Ross are waiting on a friend nicknamed Gandalf so that they can have some crazy, wild partying. Gandalf can't make it, and the guys realize they're just too tired anyway. It's pretty underwhelming, but this is an episode with Joanna, and I think she was a really funny and underused character. She sabotages Rachel's interview when Rachel wants to take a step up from being her assistant. I think I'm also a little biased ranking this one so high because I just generally love seasons 4, 5, and 6. Coming up next, we have Season 7, Episode 13, the one where Rosita dies. Phoebe gets a telemarketing job. Jason Alexander plays a depressed office worker who wants to end his life, and Phoebe tries to talk him out of it. I think that's why this episode ranks as high as it does, because very little happens in this one, but people love Jason Alexander. In my least favorite episode of perhaps my favorite side character, we learn that Jack Geller used Monica's boxes of childhood souvenirs to divert water away from his Porsche, which is sad and really terrible. Even though he does give Monica the Porsche to make up for it, I still just don't like this one. And the title of this episode is for Rachel accidentally breaking Joey's chair, Rosita the Sita. Chandler thinks he broke it, so he replaces the chair without Joey knowing, so Joey thinks his chair can heal itself. Next up, we've got Season 9, Episode 14, the one with the blind dates. The friends set Ross and Rachel up with bad blind dates so that they'll take solace in each other and see that they were meant to be. My favorite part about this episode is that they give a little nod to Season 1, Episode 15, the one with the stoned guy. Rachel's blind date is Steve, the restaurant owner who went to Monica's apartment to taste her food, kind of like a job interview. And well, he was stoned in that episode. And in this episode, he's back for Rachel's blind date, and he's crying, and he says that he used to own a restaurant but lost it to drugs. Now we have one that I don't understand the incredibly low ranking of on IMDb. Coming in at IMDb's number 225 and my 145, we have Season 3, Episode 14, the one with Phoebe's ex-partner. This episode guest stars E.G. Daily, the voice actress of Tommy Pickles. You'll totally hear it too when she says, I was just wondering. Anyway, I don't think this is the plot that pulls this one so far down. We get the story about Joey having dated a girl with a prosthetic foot that he accidentally threw into a fire. Kind of cruel and cringy of a story. So maybe that's the problem, or maybe it's the fact that Ross is still just jealous of Mark and that story is really stagnant, old at this point. But still, I just really like the sound of E.G. Daily singing both with and without Phoebe, so this one lands where it does for me. And now we have the pilot, Season 1, Episode 1, the one where Monica gets a roommate. Here are some notes that I made when re-watching the pilot. Not bad overall. The last line of the episode is so cringe. Remember, Ross is lamenting about his divorce, and Joey, clearly not figured out as a character yet, makes some kind of metaphor that women are like ice cream and you should grab a spoon or some weird-ish. And the episode ends with Ross going, "I just grabbed a spoon." And then a bunch of applause, and it's, oh my god, this feels not like it's 30 years old, but like it's 100. Anyway, I don't want to harp too much on the bad stuff in this episode because, hey, this is the pilot of a show that lasted 10 years and still dominates pop culture, so maybe I should show some respect. You know what I notice about the old episodes of Friends is that it feels like watching a play. They do a lot of stage directions, like putting their arms around each other and speaking toward the fourth wall. It's kind of fun to watch, but it does feel like a totally different show than what we're used to by watching the later seasons. Again, overall, definitely not a bad start and not a bad episode either. Now we have one that I'm really, really interested in hearing your opinions on. This is season 1, episode 21, the one with the fake Monica. It is ranked at number 230 on IMDb. I read as many reviews as I could about why people don't like this one, and I kid you not, it was mostly...
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
But maybe there's something else to this one that people don't like. So just a refresher, this is the one where someone steals Monica's ID and Monica sees the bank statements. Fake Monica is taking dance lessons and doing art and doing fun things. Real Monica has a bit of an existential crisis, feeling like she's just not living enough. I think a lot of people say that the show didn't do good enough plots for Monica, and I think that overall I do tend to agree with this. I think maybe some people see this episode as the start of that, and maybe I see that too. But I also see this episode as kind of the point of a crossroads. We get some really interesting insight into Monica. She wants to do something. This sounds vague, but I think many of us can relate. I think they could have done more with this idea, not just here, but throughout the show. Even though it's vague and widely relatable, she seemed to have this, let's do something big with this only life that I have kind of feeling in this episode that was just kind of forgotten after this one. And it would have been so much more interesting to the backbone of her character than overdoing the clean and organized bit. Anyway, this episode was brimming with potential, and it ultimately never panned out, but that doesn't make this episode bad in my eyes. Next up, we have season 3, episode 18, the one with the hypnosis tape. Chandler can't quit smoking, so he's given a hypnosis tape to speak anti-smoking affirmations to him in his sleep. But it also tells him he's a strong, beautiful woman, so he starts acting like a woman. Oh, hee. It's humor that, it was a different time. And well, since it was a different time, I just can't help but not like it because it's not on par with the humor of my time. Anyway, it's also a Frank Jr. episode, and I like Frank Jr., but yes, I do have a problem with him dating Alice. I have a big problem with her going out with a student who it doesn't really have much emotional maturity to begin with, but also, was probably a minor when they met. This is also the episode where Monica starts dating Pete, who we learn is loaded. I think Pete was a really nice love interest storyline. I mean, at least he wasn't a plot device, unlike some people. This episode ranks as high as it does because I think we really reach a point about halfway through season 3 where these characters really feel like a cohesive bunch and not like actors in a show. So maybe this isn't the best reason, but this episode really portrays the friends that we know and love. And speaking of Pete, let's jump to his last episode. Next on the list, we've got season 3, episode 24, the one with the ultimate fighting champion. Pete wants to earn this title. Turns out he's not exactly a natural fighter. He keeps getting hurt. Monica decides she can't be with him because she just can't watch. This is also the one where Chandler's boss keeps smacking his butt. Phoebe sets Ross up with her friend Bonnie, which upsets Rachel. When I watched this one, the only note I made was, this feels like an episode that will land exactly in the middle. It's not bad, but I don't really care about any of the plots. Next up, we have Season 9, Episode 2, the one where Emma cries. My notes say, contrived plot with Tulsa. This is the one where Chandler accidentally agrees to head up the Tulsa office after falling asleep in a work meeting. I also wrote, Ross is not at his best. This is after his and Rachel's baby is born, and he seems to be able to only think about his own feelings about Joey's accidental proposal to Rachel. I also wrote, Rachel should not wake that baby. OMG, what are you thinking? Because, well, I have a 1-year-old myself. Anyway, I do like the dynamic with the girls in this one when they're working together to get Emma to stop crying, so that kind of gives this one a boost. Coming in at number 139, we have Season 7, Episode 3, the one with Phoebe's cookies. Phoebe wants to give her grandma's chocolate chip cookie recipe to Monica, but it got destroyed in the house fire from last season. Kind of a nothing story, but there's a punchline here, which is that it's just the recipe from the Nestle Toll House bag. This is also the one where Rachel teaches Joey how to sail. She's not at her best here. She's really mean, and her yelling voice is kind of stressful because we hardly ever hear it throughout the show. Like when Monica's yelling, it's nothing new, but when Rachel does it, I just get a little nervous. This is also the episode where Chandler accidentally sits on Jack Geller's lap because his glasses are fogged up from the steam room. We all do embarrassing things or fear doing embarrassing things in front of our in-laws. So, relatable. Now we have Season 4, Episode 7, the one where Chandler crosses the line. What I like about this one, Ross's sound, aka his electronic keyboard music. We've also got a great Phoebe Ross moment where he comforts and encourages her to keep making her music. What I don't like, the Kathy storyline. The Kathy stuff, it's filled with some really tense moments and feelings, and when this group of episodes comes on, I just kind of wait for it to be over. I'm not saying anything bad about the character, and especially not the actress, but it's just too tense for me. Next up, it's Season 2, Episode 23, the one with the chicken pox. Charlie Sheen guest stars as a guy Phoebe sees when he returns from the service just every now and then, but they both get the chicken pox, so they can't do anything fun. But the best part of this episode is by far Joey working in Chandler's office as a temp and making up a whole character arc for himself as an employee. Chandler's deadpan responses to Joey's ridiculousness is hilarious and such a Matthew Perry gem. Up next, it's Season 7, Episode 2, the one with Rachel's book. Joey teases Rachel when he finds her erotic novel. Monica's parents have drained her wedding fund. And then we have another Phoebe Ross story. Phoebe is staying with Ross, and Ross, at his worst as a character, lies to a massage client, a woman, who comes to the door looking for Phoebe because he thinks he will have the opportunity to touch her, which feels like a crime, and it probably is a crime. But anyway, if we're suspending disbelief, not saying we should or shouldn't, we keep watching and learn that the client is actually the woman's elderly father, which, still a crime. And Ross is at least publicly shamed for this, so he kind of pays for it. Next up, we have the one with Joey's award, Season 7, Episode 18. Not much is happening here, but the title plot is Joey not getting an award, but accepting one on a colleague's behalf and making his acceptance speech there. Joey is really funny here, and it's such a light sitcom kind of story that makes life seem fun, and our missteps, such as not being a gracious loser, look inconsequential. But then there's a more serious story as well. Monica stresses a bit about the fact that she'll never have a new boyfriend ever again, as she's going to be married. This story, it lands really well. It's not too stressful, but it does feel like a real world problem. Here is one that ranks higher than I thought it would on IMDb. This is season 7, episode 19, the one with Ross and Monica's cousin. I've seen people complain about this one on Reddit because, well, it is gross that Ross thinks his cousin is coming on to him and, considers it. In other news, Monica is helping Joey come up with something made of lunch meat to make him look uncircumcised for a movie with full nudity, which, no movie would ever have that as a casting requirement. And there's some dumb physical comedy here where the baloney thing they made falls off in front of the casting director. But it makes me laugh, what can I say? Another season 7 coming up next. We've got season 7, episode 10, the one with the holiday armadillo. I don't know. I know I just talked about the physical comedy of fake baloney foreskin falling to the floor being funny, so feel free to take my opinion with a grain of salt here, but I don't find the physical comedy of Ross's armadillo costume or the Santa suit or the Superman suit. I just don't find the costumes funny. But this episode is Cole Sprouse's second episode of Friends, and oh my god, he is such a little cutie, but that's so weird for me to say because the Sprouse twins are like exactly my age. Continuing on, we've got the one where Rachel finds out, season 1, episode 24, also known as the finale to the debut season of Friends. Rachel finds out Ross likes her, and I guess this one just doesn't rank incredibly high for me because I think I expected more to happen in this moment. I mean, they've been building toward it all season long, and then almost nothing happens. Little did I know that this was just the start of a long will they, won't they game. Next choice is season 10, episode 3, the one with Ross's tan. The title storyline is pretty funny. Ross is trying to get a spray tan, but he's confused by the nozzle situation, so he only gets sprayed in the front. And, that one's fine and all, but the reason why this one ranks as high as it does is Jennifer Coolidge. She plays Phoebe and Monica's old friend Amanda, who speaks in a fake accent and is just in love with herself. But this episode does get knocked down a few pegs because we have Rachel and Joey who just can't get intimate because it's too weird for them. And at least it almost feels self-aware that, it was just never meant to happen and this story was always just a little bit forced. Now we have season 8, episode 21, the one with the cooking class. Monica gets a bad review for her restaurant and gets a little ego boost when she stumbles into a beginner's cooking class and pretends to belong there. Also in this episode, we have Ross and Rachel buying baby stuff and the cashier flirting with him right in front of Rachel and eventually asking him out. It's so odd and difficult to imagine someone wanting to date someone else in this exact position, in this exact moment, meeting in this exact circumstance. I mean, they met once and he's got a lot on his plate and, maybe they had stuff in common, but it just doesn't feel realistic here that she would really try to pursue Ross. Next up, we have the one with the Kips. I think this one ranks high on IMDb for one specific reason, which is Joey figuring it out about Chandler and Monica at the end. He makes this face and he causes a big scene where Chandler and Monica cover his mouth and rush him out of the apartment. But to be honest, I dislike the bulk of the episode. Chandler and Monica go for a weekend away, their first weekend away, and they fight the whole time. They don't enjoy themselves. Also in this episode, it's played for laughs, but we have Rachel going through a lot of stress, and then Ross says they can't be friends because Emily said so. I quite enjoy that ending, but I really don't care for the rest. Next up, we have The One at the Beach, Season 3, Episode 25. I ranked these episodes as I watched them, and honestly, this one was really tough to place. I recognize it's not a bad episode. There's a refreshing change of scenery. Joey's strip poker thing's funny. Bonnie is a nice little counter to Rachel. But despite all that, I just don't like this one. I kind of dislike the look of the beach house inside. It looks dreary. There's also something about Phoebe's birth mom that rubs me the wrong way. I can't articulate it. I don't like Ross and Rachel's interactions in this one. They feel a little bit off, a little bit toxic, but I have a hard time articulating why I don't like any of this stuff. So that's why it ended up here in not so bad of a spot. If anyone feels a little jilted by my lack of explanation, make sure to leave a comment so that I can try a little bit harder. But for now, let's move on. Next up, we've got Season 10, Episode 5, the one where Rachel's sister babysits. Christina Applegate is back. She's babysitting Emma, and she pierces her ears behind Rachel's back. We also have Mike trying to propose to Phoebe, which she keeps accidentally ruining, but neither of those storylines really click with me. The reason this one gets ranked as high as it does is Joey's storyline. He's supposed to write a letter of recommendation to the adoption agency and wants to sound sophisticated, so he uses a thesaurus on every word. And I know that it's hard to suspend your disbelief that anyone could be so dumb, but if you've ever met someone in real life who tries to use their own perceived intelligence as reason to act better than everyone when it's pretty unearned, I don't know, this one just feels kind of cathartic. Coming in at number 126, we have Season 2, Episode 8, the one with the list. So this is the one where Ross has to pick between Julie and Rachel. So he makes a pro-con list for dating each one. Ultimately, he picks Rachel, but she finds the list, and now she does not want to date him because he wrote some pretty mean things. On this rewatch, I realized in the episode before this one, when they have that very romantic coffeehouse kiss, that I did have the potential to care about the Ross and Rachel arc, but I think this is really where they solidified that for the next 8 seasons, they were going to just play games with the audience and try to keep us guessing. And I really wasn't interested in that. I just found it annoying. There are 2 other things about this episode that I find great. First is Michael McKean, Chuck from Better Call Saul, is in the Mocklet storyline that Monica has, and I also love the funny moment on the radio request line. Ross calls Monica, Monica tells Rachel to tune into the radio, and the radio host says something like, "This one is dedicated to Rachel from Ross, who is sorry for what he did." And then they play U2's With or Without You. A little montage starts to play to the song, but then the song just cuts off and the radio host comes back on saying, "Rachel just called us and told us what you did, Ross, and I don't want to play your song anymore." Next up, we have what I would call your most run-of-the-mill average Friends episode. This is Season 3, Episode 23, the one with Ross's thing. Very little happens in this episode, but it's not bad. I don't have a lot to critique about it. And from here, I think we see a big shift in quality. And I really went back and forth on how to categorize the next group of episodes. I would say that they are lower B tier or upper C tier, But ultimately, I'm going to say that they are part of C because they're just closer to what we've been talking about than they are to the ones that are B tier. So to kick off our C plus tier, so to speak, we have season 7, episode 11, the one with all the cheesecakes. In this episode, Chandler and Rachel, also an unusual pairing on the show that worked quite well here. They keep stealing cheesecakes delivered to the neighbor's front door. Monica is upset that she is not invited to her cousin's wedding, but that Ross is, so she goes as his date, and when she thinks that one of the other guests doesn't have a strong enough connection to receive an invite, she says, "I'm a blood relative, blood." And Ross says, "Stop saying blood to strangers." And that always makes me laugh. We also see a resurgence of David in this one, and after some drama between Joey and Phoebe, Joey comforts her when David leaves again. Next we have an old episode, at least it feels really old. It's got lots of physical comedy and really cheesy humor overall. It's season 2, episode 6, the one with the baby on the bus. Joey and Chandler babysit Ben and leave him on a city bus. Oops. Overall, there is too much haha, that's gay kind of humor in this one for my taste, but I like that Joey and Chandler have really been established as a dynamic duo. And I also quite like the story with Phoebe getting snubbed from singing at Central Perk for a professional musician who I just realized on this rewatch is Chrissy Hind, I think is how you say her name. Well, she's the singer from The Pretenders, and you probably know the song called Brass in Pocket. It goes, "I'm special, special, so special." Well, anyway, that singer is playing this singer. Coming up next, it's season 1, episode 8, the one where Nana dies twice. This one really surprised me. It's usually a skip episode for me because it is a heavy topic. Ross and Monica's Nana has passed, but there are a lot of really sweet little moments to this one. For example, they're telling stories about her, just remembering her, and one of those stories is that she used to hoard Sweet and Low, and as they're going through her things, Ross pulls a box and gets showered in hundreds of little pink packets while his mom and aunt gaze upon him and seem to be reflecting on the love that they have for somebody who was maybe kind of a complicated person. Now we have season 6, episode 18, the one where Ross dates a student. No, I don't like the power dynamic between Ross and Elizabeth, and I also feel like they chose a particularly youthful looking actress for Elizabeth, and to be perfectly clear, looking young is not the problem here. It's the authority position that Ross is in, but Elizabeth looking so young really kind of puts that more centrally in my mind. It's hard to forget it. When I see them together, I just can't really accept them as a couple. So this kind of dynamic knocks this episode down a few pegs, but we've got some redeeming qualities. As much as I have griped about the Rachel and Joey relationship, I love a Rachel-Joey friendship, and that is on full display here when Rachel has to move in after her apartment has a fire. Coming in at number 120, we have the one with the baby shower, season 8, episode 20. Monica and Phoebe forget to invite Rachel's mom to her baby shower, so Mrs. Green is rude to them when she shows up and throughout the party. Rachel is nervous about the baby, and Joey is preparing for an audition to host a very complicated game show called Bamboozled. He practices with the guys in this one. On this rewatch, I wasn't very impressed with most of season 8, even though it got off to a pretty good start with the first 4 episodes. But I think this episode kind of breaks up that drag. Mrs. Green is good, and the game show storyline is actually very funny. Next in line, it's the one with the lottery, season 9, episode 18. The friends have a lottery pool. They get into a fight when Monica got caught having extra tickets for just herself and Chandler. They fight. Phoebe threatens to throw the entire bowl of tickets off the balcony if they don't stop fighting. She's only bluffing, but then a bird flies up and knocks them out of her hand. The punchline, of course, is that the winning ticket was just found on the street down below. It's kind of a fun and fresh concept for an episode, and I generally like the ones where there's only one plot and everyone is together. Next up, it's season 4, episode 5, the one with Joey's new girlfriend. This is the introduction to Kathy, who Chandler immediately crushes on. Ross and Rachel are trying to make each other jealous, and Phoebe is trying to prolong a cold so that her singing voice will sound raspy. Not much to this episode, pretty standard. Now we have season 8, episode 3, the one where Rachel tells... This is the one where Rachel tells Ross that she's pregnant with his child, and he freaks out. I've seen this particular scene played without the laugh track and used as evidence that the entire show in its 10-year run is not funny at all. And, you know, Ross's reaction is pretty toxic and over the top here, but I guess he was pretty shocked. Still, I think I would be way more annoyed than Rachel even was if my child's father reacted this way. This is also the episode where Chandler and Monica keep missing out on special upgrades to their honeymoon trip because the honeymooners in front of them always get there first. This is a weak plot, but originally it was supposed to be something different. Originally, Chandler kept getting in trouble with security at the airport for making jokes that were misconstrued as threats. But this one was scheduled to air and did air on October 11th, 2001. So they went back and refilmed the airport scenes with a major rewrite because this went on right after the attacks on September 11th. Now we have another two-parter, and I will rank them separately but talk about them together. First, we have the one that could have been part 2 coming in at number 116 and part 1 coming in at 115. I honestly struggled on where to put these. I appreciate that the writers tried to do something a bit different, but then again, it's not that different. This isn't a flashback one, but it feels like it because 4 out of the 6 friends feel like their flashback selves. And maybe that's why Phoebe is the best part of these episodes for me. She's someone totally new, plus I love her hair. But overall, these just aren't that funny to me, and they interrupt the flow of season 6, which has been going really well at this point. And now we are officially in the top half of all the episodes. Number 114 out of 229 is just beyond the halfway mark. And my pick for this spot just above the midway is season 8, episode 4, the one with the videotape. I know this one ranks really high on IMDb, and it is funny how Rachel unexpectedly gets outed for seducing Ross, and how he knows immediately what she's doing when she's trying Joey's story. I have such a hard time with this one because it's really just so contrived that this ever would have been filmed. It's also totally glossed over that Ross knew he had this tape. I mean, he consciously knew enough to bring up the fact that he had it when they were arguing, but he never deleted it. So for me, that makes this one more uncomfortable than it needs to be. Coming up next, it's season 4, episode 1, the one with the jellyfish. The most memorable part of this episode for me now is the table read that the actors did of this scene just a couple of years ago at the Friends reunion. This isn't my favorite episode because of the big explosive fight with Ross and Rachel, all the we were on a break stuff. But the saving grace for me here is Chandler asking Monica what it would take to woo her over, and the two of them kind of very lightly playing around with the idea. It's so funny to me that the Friends writers hadn't ever really set out to put them together, and that London was meant to be a one-off thing for Monica and Chandler. But it's funny that this is the season opener, the two of them talking this way, and the season closer is the two of them in bed in London. I guess they were just meant to be. Alright, beware of this next one. It's a dumb episode, but I do like it. Coming in at number 112, we have season 10, episode 7, the one with the home study. In this contrived little title story, an adoption agent comes over to do a home study on Chandler and Monica's place. She very unprofessionally and incredibly unrealistically tells Chandler and Monica that she dated this awful guy who used her and stood her up, and he lived in this very building. Monica asks if it was Joey Tribbiani, and she says yes. You're not friends with him, are you? And of course, this is the lady that decides if they get a baby, so they deny being friends with Joey, and when Joey tries to come inside, they push him out the door and shout over the sound of his voice, which confuses him, so he tries to break into the apartment during the home study. It's goofy but funny, and of course it has a happy ending. It all works out in the end. I also quite like the storyline where Ross is trying to help Rachel overcome her fear of swings, and vice versa with Ross and his spider fear. It's a very sweet little storyline, and as I mentioned before, I love episodes where the two of them are just being good friends. Here we have the only episode with Joey's parents. It's season 1, episode 13, the one with the boobies. There's a lot of good stuff happening here, starting with the fact that the actor who plays Hugo in Succession is playing Phoebe's rude psychologist boyfriend here. Joey finds out his dad is cheating on his mom. He makes him tell her, and she is then mad at Joey for this because she already knew but liked it the way it was. She said that Joey's dad was happy but also felt guilty and was therefore more attentive and kind. I didn't necessarily love that this was Joey's parents' only plot in the show, but this was a nice episode, I guess. This is also the one where Chandler sees Rachel's breasts when he walks into the apartment without knocking. Rachel tries to sneak up on him in the shower as payback. This episode would have been much better though if it weren't for Chandler ogling her breasts throughout the episode. Moving right along though to number 110, I've got season 7, episode 12, the one where they're up all night. I think quite fondly of this episode. It starts out on the rooftop, they're trying to see a comet, and when that's over, they leave, and well, they're up all night. And actually, Joey and Ross don't really leave because they got locked out of the staircase. Their plot is trying to make it back down to safety. Chandler has insomnia, Phoebe's smoke detector won't shut up no matter what she tries, and Rachel realizes Tag didn't send something out at work. They argue over where she left it, so they go into the office. It's a really decent episode, and I feel like, again, they did really well with Tag in this one. Next, we have season 9, episode 3, the one with the pediatrician. Guest stars include Meredith Blake's actress from The Parent Trap. Oh, and by the way, Janice was also in The Parent Trap, in case you didn't know. Another guest star is Sammy, or Sammy's actress from Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is crazy because she's a little girl in this episode and now she's in her 30s. This episode is centered around lots of very awkward comedy. Ross tries to pretend that a little boy in the waiting room is his son, and oh, it turns out that it's the beautiful woman's son to whom he's been talking. This episode is Mike's debut. Joey was supposed to bring a friend for a double date with Phoebe, but he forgot to find somebody, so he brings a random guy from the coffee house who turns out to be Mike. Joey tries to hide the fact that he's a stranger at dinner. More awkward humor in this scene, including Joey making up a story about Mike hitting Joey's mom with a car. At 108, we have Season 3, Episode 20, The One with the Dollhouse. Monica inherits a beautiful dollhouse from her Aunt Sylvia, and Phoebe kind of ruins her fun by overrunning it with a little bit of everything, like a gigantic dog and a ghost. Joey and Kate get together. That's not my favorite storyline. And Chandler takes out Joanna, Rachel's boss. Joanna was so funny, and I think I already said this, but it felt like such a waste of a good character when they killed her off. Next up is actually the episode right before this one. It's Season 3, Episode 19, the one with the tiny t-shirt. We have the love-hate Kate and Joey stuff, Monica not feeling a spark for Pete, and of course Rachel agreeing to go out with Mark. This involves Ross watching them through the peephole at Chandler's apartment for a very long time. Chandler tells Ross to stop staring through the peephole, adding, "You're gonna get peep eye." And my last pick, or top pick for the C+ group, is just a few episodes later, Season 3, Episode 22. This is Ben Stiller's guest star episode, The One with the Screamer. Rachel brings Ben Stiller's character, the Screamer, as a date to Joey's play. Ross watches him scream and freak out on people, but no one else ever catches him doing this, so they think Ross is just jealous. It's pretty funny. Ben Stiller does a very good job in this one. Estelle also does a really good job. I like the part where she asks if Rachel and Monica have representation. They say they're not actors, to which Estelle says something like, "That's too bad, because with her chest and her face, I could really put something together." And with that, I think we are now firmly within the B tier range. My first B tier pick is controversial. Legend says that co-creators of the show didn't like this one either or have any faith in its success, and it is a low pick on IMDb at 203. But for me, Season 4, Episode 2, The One with the Cat, is a good episode. This is the one where Phoebe finds a cat and thinks that it is the reincarnated spirit of her mother. Apparently, Marta Kaufman is the one who brought this concept to the table after her own mother died, and no one had the heart to tell her no because she was grieving. This is also the episode where Monica goes out with Chip Matthews, the hot popular guy from high school. Turns out he's still really immature and hasn't grown up at all. Back to the cat thing, I think Ross is actually a really good friend here. When they see a lost cat flyer with the cat's picture on it, he takes the lead in making sure the little girl who lost the cat will get him back. And unlike the other friends, he's not going to let up. Maybe he didn't have to raise his voice like he did, but it takes courage to tell a friend in the middle of what seems to be an episode of grief and pain that they need to change their behavior. One thing about Friends is that it has quite a mix of very unimaginative and imaginative storylines, and both can work well for this type of show. I think this episode really demonstrates both types of story working out. The Chip story, it's so ordinary and pretty uncreative, but I don't mean that in a bad way. It works as a story because we like Monica. It's very, very predictable. We know exactly where the story is headed, but we want to see it because we like Monica and we want to see her get the win. But then we get the cat storyline, which was very creative and showed a lot of depth to both Ross and Phoebe's characters in a compelling way. Our second B-tier episode is Season 2, Episode 17, the one where Eddie moves in. Joey has moved out, so Chandler gets a new roommate. It's Eddie, who turns out to be a little frightening, right? Well, anyway, this episode ranks as high as it does because I love the Phoebe story. I don't care for the other stories necessarily, but in Phoebe's story, she gets discovered. She meets a music producer who loves Smelly Cat, and she goes into an actual recording booth to sing it. She has these backup singers who have these beautiful voices, and they make a music video and everything. They replace Phoebe's voice with a professional, and Phoebe doesn't even notice. It's funny and one of those more imaginative storylines, I would say. My next pick ranks really closely to its IMDb rank. My 103 and the site's 100 is season 2, episode 18, the one where Dr. Ramore dies. They write Joey off of Days of Our Lives. The acting on the show, within the show, is ridiculous, but not too over the top, so it is funny. The Days of Our Lives script had called for Joey's character Drake to fall down an elevator shaft, and it's funny to watch Joey on the show delaying getting in the elevator because he doesn't want to lose his job. This is also the episode where Monica and Rachel fight over the last condom. Eddie is also getting increasingly scary in this episode. It's kind of a forgettable episode overall, but somehow feels pretty classic at the same time. Next up, we have an episode called The One with Two Parts, Part 1, and I'm going to rank it and talk about it very separately than The One with Two Parts, Part 2, because these don't even feel remotely connected, in my opinion, and The One with Two Parts, Part 2 comes way later, spoiler alert. But Part 1, it's Season 1, Episode 16. Ross is taking a Lamaze class with Carol and Susan. Joey starts dating Phoebe's identical twin, Ursula. Now that is the story that kind of connects the two together. And Chandler keeps delaying the firing of a cute girl in his office. It's not a bad episode, but there's not much to say about it. But there is a Mr. Heckles appearance, and that is always fun. Up next, it's the one where the monkey gets away. The main story is exactly what it sounds like. Ross's monkey gets away on Rachel's watch. They call animal control. It's some girl Rachel kind of knew in high school who has some weird vendetta against her. Mr. Heckles tries stealing the monkey at some point, which is maybe the best part. Of course, there's a happy ending, all is well. It's not that great of an episode or anything, and I think Heckles does a lot of the heavy lifting, but I'm going to say something super controversial, and I'll understand if you yell at me in caps lock in the comments. But this episode does get bumped quite a bit higher because look at Rachel's outfit. It is so iconic. It's such a gorgeous 90s look. I just love looking at it. It's so nostalgic and cute. So maybe that has bumped this. Maybe it's bumped it quite a bit. And now it's number 100. We are at Season 9, Episode 1, the one where no one proposes. The last season ended with Rachel thinking Joey proposed because a ring fell on the floor and he bent down to get it. And oh my god, it is contrived as all get out. I think the reason this one even hits B tier is because it's just exciting that there's a new baby. A birth story is always really nice, but then again, at this point, I really do just want to hear more about this baby. That's why this episode can't go any higher. We're not even really hearing about Emma at all. And I don't care about their relationships with each other in this moment. And also Ross's anger at Rachel feels so weird. Postpartum hormones can be difficult and confusing and exhausting, and Ross had literally just said we can't let that happen again in regards to their kiss, so what's his problem with her putting on this ring? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have ranked it so high, maybe I shouldn't have ranked it so low, but I will tell you another saving grace here is Jack Geller and his pamphlets that he's trying to give Monica and Chandler about how to make a baby. For our first sub 100 episode, we've got Season 7, Episode 7, the one with Ross's library book. Ross publishes a book, but it's kept in a dark, forgotten corner of the library where students are known to hook up. Janice invites herself to stay with Chandler and Monica, and invites herself to the wedding, and invites herself to sing at it. Janice is so sweet, and I think this is maybe the only episode where you actually see her doing something wrong. She's overstepping here, but there is a long established history of the friends being mean to her face, which I don't love. I saw this funny tweet that was reposted on Reddit recently. Hashtag Team Janice. She does a lot of the heavy lifting in this episode. I think that's why this one ranks as high as it does. But also the grouping of Rachel, Phoebe, and Joey and their plot has a lot of great chemistry. Decent episode. Now we have season 8, episode 22, the one where Rachel is late. So I am not giving medical advice here. I'm just saying what I did. Where I live, they let my pregnancy go to 42 weeks because labor was not happening spontaneously and I didn't want an induction. And I was very happy having a 42-week pregnancy. But I gotta tell you, those last 2 weeks of overtime, it's a lot. So I feel for Rachel here, and maybe because I shared this kind of experience in real life, that's why I like this one so much. My absolute favorite line in the whole episode is when Ross is just tapping his fingers and staring into space, and Rachel says, "Ross, can I ask you something? When Carol was pregnant with Ben, were you this irritating?" Coming up next, it's season 6, episode 19, the one with Joey's fridge. I had to go back and rewatch this one because when I look through my notes, it really sounds like it was a nothing happens kind of episode. It's named after the C plot, which is Joey's fridge breaking down and him trying to trick all the friends into thinking they broke it and now owe him a new one. There are 2 other really minor plots too. Monica and Phoebe competing to find a better date for Rachel, Ross getting nervous about Elizabeth's upcoming trip. But when I rewatched, I did really like this one. Everyone was funny and the chemistry was very solid. My next pick is the one with the giant poking device, season 3, episode 8. The friends think that ugly naked guy, the man they watch through the window in his apartment, is no longer alive. So they tape a bunch of chopsticks together and send it across the alley to poke him and check. But he's fine. This is also a Janice episode, and a really complicated one at that. Janice is torn between Chandler and her ex-husband, who is also the father of her child. It's a little heavy, but Joey is a really good friend in this one. And again, I'll say what I said in the last episode, the chemistry really boosts this one up. Next, it's season 3, episode 21, the one with the chick and the duck. Joey cheers himself up after Kate rejects him by buying 2 famous fan favorites, the chick and the duck. Ross cancels a TV appearance to help Rachel after she gets hurt. Pete offers Monica a job, and Monica realizes that she actually does have feelings for him. It's a pretty ordinary episode, but in my notes I wrote, "This is good. It should sit somewhere above the middle," and I suppose it does. Now we're at season 6, episode 11, the one with the apothecary table. This is Janine's last episode. It's when she does not like Chandler and Monica. She's dating Joey, and Joey ends up caught in the middle. There's some funny stuff there. Rachel is living with Phoebe, and Phoebe hates Pottery Barn, so Rachel lies and says that she bought all of her home decor from a flea market. She makes up stories about all the items, usually saying that they were from colonial times. And my favorite part of the whole episode is when Ross goes, "Oh, a lot of this stuff is from colonial times. What are some other time periods, Rachel?" Which is just so funny. At number 93, we have the one where Heckles dies, season 2, episode 3. I kind of wish they had kept Heckles longer, like much longer. He was funny. Anyway, as a final FU to Monica and Rachel, he leaves them in his will so that they have to clean his junky apartment and go through all his stuff. Chandler starts to worry he will end up like Heckles. That's pretty much the main plot here. So he calls Janice, and she shows up at the end of the episode and she's pregnant. He panics and asks if it's his, and she says, "You wish." And I just love that she rejects him to his face because he is always playing games with her. Moving on, it's season 7, episode 17, the one with the cheap wedding dresses. Monica fights over her dream wedding dress with some crazy lady. She gives up on it because doing so means that she gets to have Chandler's choice of band play at the wedding. Gabrielle Union is a guest star. Joey and Ross are both dating her. They both end up in a restaurant with her and they pretend to not know each other but start asking questions that will embarrass one another, like, "Have you ever been on a poster for venereal disease?" And, "Oh, so you've been married, Ross, just the one time." I really like their back and forth, and I love that Gabrielle Union's character just disappears in the middle of this back and forth. And Joey and Ross look up and ask, "Where do you think we lost her?" And Joey says, "Maybe venereal disease." Now we have the one that seems to be IMDb's least favorite Thanksgiving episode. And even though this is going to fall as my second favorite Thanksgiving episode, I guess I see where people are coming from. Season 7, episode 8, the one where Chandler doesn't like dogs, it's pretty much all there is to this one. Chandler doesn't like dogs. Phoebe is dog sitting. We learn that he's been lying about being allergic to them because he doesn't like them. Ross also challenges people to a game in which they have to name all 50 states in 5 minutes without peeking. I like to play that one as I'm falling asleep. You can only do that though every, few months because you get better and better at it. Season 4, episode 4, the one with the ballroom dancing, is up next. I think all 3 of the plots in this one are quite solid. Joey is learning ballroom dance to appease Trigger, who the friends have pissed off. We have 2 other plot lines with really memorable quotes. Ross and Chandler wanting to quit the gym, which gives us, "I want to quit the gym." And Phoebe kisses a client at work. And a memorable quote here is when Monica says, "You're going to do some feet flirting." Phoebe has her feet looking really nice because that is the only part that this client can see of her when he's on the table. Next up, it's season 4, episode 17, the one with the free porn. Chandler and Joey get free porn on their TV by accident. Ross flies to London to tell Emily he loves her, and Phoebe finds out she's having triplets. One of my favorite lines is Frank Jr. He says he's in refrigerator college and adds, "I needed a career and I love refrigerators." It's just so on brand for his character. I feel like Emily is also so real in this one. Now, I've been saying all along, justice for Ross's girlfriends, because they're only plot devices for his Rachel romance, but in the writer's defense, I recently learned that they had intended to keep Emily on the show a lot longer, but the actress was pregnant and lived in the UK, so she couldn't keep flying back and forth. Anyway, this episode feels pretty classic to me. Now, my next choice might be controversially high because the show clearly mishandles LGBTQ topics, but I was actually really charmed by season 7, episode 22, the one with Chandler's dad. Chandler's dad stars in a drag show in Vegas and lives as a woman. This is Chandler's dad's very first episode. In this one, Monica and Chandler fly to Vegas to extend a wedding invitation. Monica is the one that talks Chandler into going, making a lot of sense, telling him that he needs to let it go, that he doesn't have the dad that he wants. Kathleen Turner, who is a cisgender woman, recently spoke out to say that she would have passed on the role today due to the fact that a trans actress would have been more appropriate. But she does give an excellent performance, and so does Matthew Perry. The moment they connect at the burlesque show and Chandler invites her to the wedding, it's honestly one of the most touching moments in the whole show. The actress conveys so much emotion here. I really think this scene, while its backdrop is not the most sensitive, is one of the rawest and most beautiful and underrated moments in the entire show. Interestingly, I've been listening to Matthew Perry's memoir, and he talks about doing dramatic acting in addition to comedy. He's done a few films, and I've actually never seen any of them. That's on my to-do list now, but I could see that he had a lot of talent for dramatic acting based on this episode. Next up, Season 5, Episode 3, The 100th. This is when Phoebe's triplets are born. I don't have much to say about this one. I love a birth story, but I kind of find the whole situation sad, especially when Phoebe reveals that she wants to keep one. Patrick Fabian from Better Call Saul is in it though, which is kind of fun to see now. Next, it's Season 6, Episode 7, the one where Phoebe runs. Phoebe joins Rachel on a run in the park, but she runs in a very wild way. This is also Janine's debut. It's not a very memorable episode overall, but it's the start of a Rachel-Phoebe kind of friendship, at least taken to the next level. It's their time as roommates, and I feel like this episode kind of marks this big shift in their friendship. My next pick is Season 4, Episode 6, the one with the dirty girl. Ross is dating a beautiful woman with a filthy apartment. Chandler wants to get Kathy a special birthday gift, even though she's Joey's girlfriend. He finds an original copy of The Velveteen Rabbit, her favorite childhood book. He ultimately gives it to Joey to give to her. Kathy later reveals that she knew it couldn't have been Joey's idea because when he gave it to her, he said, "I know you like rabbits and I know you like cheese," a reference to Velveeta, I would assume, and that's hilarious. It's a very ordinary episode overall, but that's the kind of episode I really like. It's just navigating your 20s and finding your place in this hilarious world. Here we have Season 2, Episode 15, the one where Ross and Rachel, you know. In this one, after a lot of anxiety, the two of them finally sleep together. They do it at the museum, and they wake up in a primitive human display to about a dozen school children looking at them through the glass. Ross would get fired at best and arrested at worst if this were real life, but the events leading up to this were pretty romantic. Now we've got Season 10, Episode 12, the one with Phoebe's wedding. Mike and Phoebe get married. This episode shows Monica at her very worst. She's pretty mean as Phoebe's maid of honor, so Phoebe fires her. Phoebe asks Joey to walk her down the aisle, and he really takes this role to heart, basically pretending to be her dad. Ross and Chandler think they're fighting for a groomsman spot, but really, they're fighting to walk the family dog, the real groomsman, down the aisle. Overall, this just feels like a lot of chaos, especially Monica. In my notes, I wrote, "Okay, Mon, stop complaining about people stealing your thunder if this is how you act at Phoebe's wedding." One thing in this episode is that I wish Phoebe's stepdad, whom she mostly spoke of fondly throughout the show, would have been released from prison and we could have gotten to meet him. Next up, a classic. It's Season 3, Episode 1, the one with the Princess Leia fantasy. Ross tells Rachel he has a Princess Leia fantasy. This gets out and he gets teased. Monica is trying to get over Richard, and her dad, my favorite side character, Jack Geller, comes over to comfort her. We also have Janice in this one. Chandler is trying to get Joey to like her. It's honestly 3 very weak storylines, but the character dynamics and guest stars are great. And now our final episode in B tier, it's season 4, episode 22, the one with the worst best man ever. The stripper Joey hires for Ross's bachelor party seems to have stolen the engagement ring. The best part of this episode is when they go to confront the stripper and Matt LeBlanc breaks character off to the side. Now we are in A tier. Basically from this point forward, I've only got episodes I love, and placing all of these and what's beyond these, it was often difficult because everything left has at least one really nice thing about it. So what comes first in A tier? Well, my first pick for A tier is season 6, episode 8, the one with Ross's teeth. Ross over whitens his teeth and then goes on a date, so he doesn't open his mouth the entire time. I really like the actress's performance on this date, her positivity, and the way she asks him, "Are you going to eat that bread?" after he had used it as a prop to cover his mouth. This is also the episode where Phoebe says she made out with Ralph Lauren. She didn't, but the real Ralph Lauren is a guest star. Next up, season 7, episode 14, the one where they all turn 30. It's Rachel's 30th. She's the last of the bunch to turn 30, and this episode rotates between the morning of her birthday, in which she's disappointed and feeling downtrodden about aging without being on course with her life plan, and then it shows the 30th birthdays of all the others. This is when Rachel admits to herself that Tag really isn't right for her. They break up, and he is very gracious and sweet about it. It's a very slice of life kind of episode that doesn't feel too heavy and has some really sweet and funny moments, like Monica getting drunk on her 30th. My next pick is season 4, episode 10, the one with the girl from Poughkeepsie. The Poughkeepsie thing is just the C plot. Ross is dating a girl who lives there, far away. Not much to that. But I like this episode for the Monica Joey line. She wants to prove at her new job that she is tough and deserves respect. So she's going to do this by fake firing Joey, whom she hired as a waiter, and she's going to do this in front of everyone. But Joey realizes he likes the job, so he does his best to not get fired. Eventually, he pulls through as the good friend that he is, and there's some really cute humor there. Coming up next, we have season 6, episode 3, the one with Ross's denial. Now, as I'm checking my list, I'm actually kind of surprised to see this one with such a high number, i.e. not in my top 50, because I know I like this episode. But I think, like I said, all the episodes now are just really, really competitive. In this one, Ross is in denial that he's in love with Rachel, and so he's keeping up with the lie that he took care of their annulment after their drunk mistake Vegas wedding. I guess it's lower than the others on this list because I don't like watching Monica and Chandler fight over the room, but I do love when Ross says, "All this fighting over a room, that is so silly." And later, what's more important, love or silliness? Joey is also not at his best here as he looks for a young, hot new roommate. Here's a surprise one for me. Coming in at number 76 is season 3, episode 16, the one with the morning after. Much like the episode of Ross and Rachel taking a break, this gets a better spot than other conflict-heavy episodes because of the acting. David Schwimmer and Jennifer Anniston really knock it out of the park. I don't enjoy watching this because of the content, but it feels like a great work of television, so I'm kind of bending my own rules by putting it in A tier. Here is a much lighter one, season 6, episode 5, the one with Joey's Porsche. All the storylines here are pretty good. Joey is just standing around in front of a Porsche pretending it's his. There's some physical comedy that I actually like at the end when the real owner has already come back and taken the car, but Joey wants to keep up the facade, so he puts a tarp over some boxes, and when he's flirting with some women pretending to have a Porsche under there, a kid falls into the boxes while trying to catch a football, knocking them everywhere. Also in this episode, Chandler and Monica are helping Phoebe babysit the triplets. It's cute. Then one of my favorite scenes in the whole entire show, Ross and Rachel trying to get the annulment. There's so many good lines in this scene. The deadpan judge and Ross saying we consummated like bunnies, and Ross saying, look what you did with your funny form. Next up, we have Bruce Willis's first guest star episode, season 6, episode 21, the one where Ross meets Elizabeth's dad. Bruce plays her dad, Paul, who is pretty intimidating and not okay with his 19-year-old daughter going out with a 31-year-old professor. But there are so many funny moments. My favorite is when they are all at dinner. Ross says something about having a son with his ex-wife Carol, and Paul says, I didn't know you were married, right as Rachel is approaching. And Rachel says, oh yeah, we were, but that was just a drunken mistake. Ross clarifies he wasn't talking about Rachel, and Rachel says, oh, sorry, you meant Emily. And speaking of Emily and marriages, next up we have season 4, episode 23, the one with Ross's wedding. And I should clarify, this is part 1. We'll talk about part 2 later. They're in London preparing for Ross and Emily's wedding. Nothing is going right, so they're trying to work it out. Rachel and Phoebe are back home trying to help Rachel get over Ross. This is just a good episode of Friends, but in a lot of ways it feels like the preamble to a really extraordinary episode of Friends. Up next, it's season 3, episode 6, the one with the flashback. Maybe this is a controversial take, but this has always been a skip episode for me, but I surprisingly enjoyed it this time around. I do think they overdo the flashback thing throughout the show, and I don't usually care for it, which is why I typically give this one a skip. The timeline gets messy, especially in this one, since this all takes place over the course of a few days, this flashback, and we're 1 year out from Rachel's wedding in this episode, but also in this episode, Ross finds out that his marriage with Carol is over. We know that doesn't make any sense because Carol finds out she's pregnant around the time of the pilot, which is the wedding day. Anyway, that doesn't necessarily matter and doesn't affect my rating because I'm not watching the show for its airtight plot or attention to detail, but I generally find this one comforting more than I thought I would. I find it comforting, for example, to see Chandler hugging Monica when she's sad and to see Ross opening up to Phoebe. Not bad. Next up, it's season 3, episode 10, the one where Rachel quits. We get quite a bit of Gunther in this episode, which I love. It's kind of surprising that there was never one episode that strongly incorporated him into the plot, quite like other side characters. You would think there would be something more than him being in the coffee house or just having a crush on Rachel from afar because he is so present in the show. Anyway, Rachel quits the coffee house with nothing lined up, but I really loved watching her take this leap of faith the first time I saw this episode. This episode guest stars Mae Whitman as the adorable little girl whose leg Ross accidentally breaks. She's Anne from Arrested Development, in case you didn't know. There's also a storyline where Phoebe gets really sad about the old, less beautiful Christmas trees that Joey's selling not getting to fulfill their Christmas destiny and getting thrown in a wood chipper. It feels kind of unrealistic that this would make someone this sad, but also I kind of get where she's coming from, especially if the holidays are already sad and stressful. It kind of feels like the thing that just would push her over the edge. But anyway, the ending to this episode is so nice, where they fill Monica's apartment with the browning and sparse trees to make Phoebe happy. I love it. Coming in at number 70, we have Season 3, Episode 5, The One with Frank Jr. Phoebe's long-lost half-brother comes to stay with her in New York City, and they have nothing in common. It's just really awkward, or at least Phoebe thinks it is, but she learns that Frank has been having a really great time, and that makes her happy. Next up, it's Season 4, Episode 15, The One with All the Rugby. Ross is trying to play rugby to impress Emily. There's some funny stuff there, but the reason this episode is a classic for me is that Chandler is reunited with Janice and then immediately regrets it. So he tells her he's moving to Yemen. 15 Yemen Road, Yemen, to be exact. The funniest part to me is the airline worker just not getting it that he wants a fake ticket to Yemen, and then Chandler just ends up buying a real one, which is $2,000. Next up, we have Season 5, Episode 2, The One with All the Kissing. This is, of course, named after Chandler, who is secretly dating Monica, and then accidentally kissing her in front of everyone. So he decides to kiss the other girls too, as a cover, which is a really strange cover, but he says that he's trying to bring some European culture to the group, or something like that, after the London visit. That's all a little too goofy for me, but I really like this episode for Rachel. She's trying to get with Ross, who wants Emily, and Emily doesn't want him. The interaction between Rachel and Monica in the hallway when Monica is trying to stop Rachel from going in to tell Ross that she loves him is really funny to me. It's really good chemistry between those two. I particularly like when Rachel throws Monica's laundry as a distraction to run inside. Next up, we have Season 6, Episode 22, The One Where Paul is the Man. This one has a lot of sitcom-style humor in it. Paul told Ross that he has to stop dating Elizabeth or else he's telling the school. So Ross and Elizabeth sneak off to her family cabin. Turns out Paul is bringing Rachel there. Rachel figures out what's going on and tries to cover for them. Ross is hiding under a bed and sees Paul giving himself a pep talk where he says, "You're the man," or something. When Ross gets caught, he makes it clear to Paul that he saw his little pep talk and uses it as leverage to keep seeing Elizabeth, which is just not a believable story, but it's still a really funny episode. This is also the episode where we find out Chandler is going to propose. Classic. Funny enough, my next pick is the very next episode, Season 6, Episode 23, The One with the Ring. In what might be the only episode where Phoebe and Chandler spend their plotline together, just the two of them, they go ring shopping for Monica. Phoebe acts really over the top toward the snooty British shopkeeper, but here's a hot take. Every time I watch this episode, I always think the British guy, I don't know, I think he's secretly enjoying dealing with Phoebe. I think he's having fun. This is definitely the part of the episode I like the most as well. Up next, it's Season 5, Episode 21, The One with the Ball. Most of the episode is just 4 out of the 6 friends seeing how long they can throw a ball without it dropping. I loved how at the reunion a few years ago, someone was like, "Remember that episode where we just threw a ball around the whole time?" And David Schwimmer goes, "No." Anyway, there's not much to this one, although Phoebe breaks up with Gary after he shoots a bird, and Rachel got Mrs. Whiskerson, the hairless cat that is so mean and Rachel wants to get rid of. It's so funny though because the hissing noises are obviously added in post-production, and if you look at the cat, it actually looks really sweet and cuddly and happy and docile. Apparently the Sphynx breed generally is really affectionate and nice, possibly because they're so cold from not having any hair and they want to cuddle. Now we have Season 5, Episode 22, The One with Joey's Big Break. My least favorite plot here is when Phoebe is mad at Ross for virtually no reason. My most favorite is Joey. He gets cast in a movie, but it sounds pretty unrealistic that it would pan out at all. It's supposed to shoot in Vegas, so he and Chandler start driving there. Chandler accidentally admits that he doesn't think this movie will be Joey's big break. Joey gets upset. And again, actually, we've got 2 in a row on the list. Next up, we have the one right after this one, Season 5, Episode 23, The One in Vegas, Part 1. It's funny because my first instinct was to say this is one of my favorite episodes, and it really feels like it is, but we're still in the 60s, so we're getting even more competitive with favorite episodes. Anyway, this is when all the friends decide to go to Vegas. I'm not a fan of Chandler and Monica fighting though. They're fighting over her having lunch with Richard, but I actually love Ross and Rachel in this one and their escalating pranks and payback on each other, which we know continues to escalate in the second half of this episode, but we'll get there later, all in good time. My next pick is Season 5, Episode 15, the one with the girl who hits Joey. Soleil Fry guest stars as a girl who playfully hits Joey, but it actually really hurts when she does it. But that's not the storyline I really like in this one. The Ross and Phoebe storyline here is one of my favorite storylines from the whole series. Ross has just moved into his new apartment and his neighbors ask him for $100 for the retirement party of Howard the handyman. Ross doesn't want to pay because he just moved in, so he doesn't know Howard, even though Howard is the handyman. And everyone ends up hating Ross because he doesn't want to pay. He crashes the retirement party anyway because he wants to try to convince people to like him. Of course, he just makes everything worse. He brings Phoebe with him though, and the other tenants really take to her. But when she tries to get them on Ross's side, she offends them all, including Lola, who is mind-numbingly stupid, and this gold digger and this cradle-robbing perv. Anyway, this one is hilarious, and the ending with the two of them sitting there eating party mix alone together is awesome. Next up, it's Season 5, Episode 20, the one with the ride-along, named after the guys going on a ride-along in Gary's police car. A car backfires, it sounds like a shot, and Joey lunges to protect Ross, but later we learn that he was just trying to protect a sandwich, but this isn't necessarily why I like this episode. Maybe partially, it's mostly Ross's reaction to the quote, someone taking a shot at him. The way he's so over the top and dramatic and funny, it's just so on character. And Monica and Rachel, meanwhile, sneak into Ross's place while they're out on the ride-along. So they heard Emily leaving a message showing a rediscovered interest in Ross. When Ross comes home, Rachel tells him about the message, and he thinks that his quote near-death experience means that he should call her. It's just David Schwimmer doing what he does best that makes me like this episode. And here I think we see another shift in quality. I think all these recently mentioned ones are fantastic, but now I think we're reaching what I would call the A+ tier. We're not quite to S tier yet, but here are some very solid ones. Now, the first one in this A+ tier, however, I think many might have hoped would have been better because it was supposed to be quite a special episode. It's number 60 for me, and it's number 42 on IMDb. This is Season 7, Episode 23, the one with Monica and Chandler's wedding, Part 1. The title is a little misleading though, because we're not quite at the wedding yet. We have the rehearsal dinner, and we have Chandler getting scared and running off. And the episode ends with Phoebe and Rachel going into Monica's bathroom so that Monica doesn't see them panicking about missing Chandler. And that's where Phoebe finds a positive pregnancy test in the trash. Of course, she assumes it's Monica's. I've seen this show through a million times, but this ending always makes me well up for some reason. Moving along, I haven't crunched the numbers just yet about which of my choices are most controversial. Well, other than obviously my first pick, which was 224 spots off of its IMDb placement. But we're at the point in the video now where picking a poorly ranked IMDb episode in this range is going to be controversial. And this one is exactly that. At my choice 59 and IMDb's 223, we have season 5, episode 6, the one with the Yeti. And just beware, because there are more Danny episodes I haven't named yet, but I really enjoy this stretch of episodes with Danny. He is just so odd. He has poor social skills. He literally does swing an axe at Rachel and Monica, something that I think gets far too overlooked. And well, we'll talk about his relationship with his sister later. But the reason I love the Danny episodes is because he's absolutely wrong for Rachel. He's no catch whatsoever, but she just somehow thinks he is. It's a lot like the Joshua storyline, but Danny is even worse for her. Anyway, in Matthew Perry's memoir, he says that each of the 6 friends had their season or stretch of seasons where the viewers seem to perceive that actor as the real star. And he says that Rachel's time comes at about season 8. That's who everybody was talking about, if I recall correctly. Well, for me, I think Rachel really shines bright in 4 and 5, seasons 4 and 5. When she's trying to get with these no chemistry relationships. I think that this really shows how hard dating is in your 20s. Sometimes you're just ready to hitch that horse to a wagon, even if it's all wrong, and it makes you look like a total spaz. But I love spazzy Rachel. Somehow, she's just so fun for me to watch. Next up, it's season 2, episode 16, the one where Joey moves out. This is not an A+ storyline for me with Joey. In fact, the Joey line is my least favorite in this episode. The best one here is Monica and Richard, who are secretly a couple attending Jack Geller's 50th birthday and trying to keep their relationship a secret from Monica's parents. There's a kind of fun chaos to this episode, and it's one of those times where it feels fun that the audience knows about the relationship and knows it has to stay a secret while watching the characters who don't know and are not supposed to find out. And I think that what's different about this kind of wink nudge situational comedy compared to how it's done in, say, the one with the donor, is that it's a very controlled chaos. No one crosses any really weird boundaries, and the characters in the dark from the secret aren't facing any discomfort the way that, John Stamos was treated. Rachel and Phoebe also go out and get tattoos in this episode, or at least Rachel does. Phoebe chickens out, and I like this storyline just fine. I think Lisa Kudrow is particularly funny here. Next up, it's season 3, episode 7, the one with the race car bed. Monica buys a new bed from the Mattress King, Janice's ex-husband. Rachel's dad takes her and Ross out to dinner and insults and alienates Ross the whole time. One thing I love about season 3 of Friends is that this is when it really does start to feel like the show we all know and love, like it's really hit its stride. The storyline here that I absolutely love, though, is Joey teaching soap acting and giving the most absurd tips to his students who eat it right up. Another Joey episode coming up next. It's season 4, episode 14, the one with Joey's dirty day, or at least he gets the title. It might not be a Joey episode. This one actually has 3 plots that are probably all equally memorable. Joey gets cast in a movie with Charlton Heston and sneaks into his dressing room to use his shower because he stinks after a long fishing trip. Chandler is grieving his relationship with Kathy, but the guys aren't around, so the girls take him to a strip club. This is also Emily's first episode, and we see her and Ross really hitting it off here. Coming in at number 55, it's season 5, episode 12, the one with Chandler's work laugh. Monica starts attending Chandler's work events as his girlfriend and doesn't like the way that he sucks up to his boss. We see Doug, one of the most obnoxious side characters on the show, but a good actor and another Breaking Bad universe actor. There's quite a lot of them on this show. But the reason this is so high is that Ross hooks up with Janice, but she breaks up with him because he's too whiny. My favorite line of the whole episode is when she tells him that the sun has set on their day in the sun. Another highlight in this episode is Rachel trying to get Monica to admit that she's been seeing Chandler. For my next 3 spots, 54, 53, and 52, we have 3 episodes that air in a row, and they are also the last episodes of the show. This is season 10, episode 16, 17, then 18. So first up, and the lowest quality of the 3, it's Rachel's going away party. This episode feels different than the formatting of most episodes. It's not necessarily following people or pairs around one by one. It's told in a very sequential way, though there are a few distinct plot points. One of them is finding a pair of handcuffs in a closet and wondering whose they are. Turns out they were Nana's. I don't care for this storyline, especially because this is the 3rd to last episode and easily gets lumped in with the finale. So I feel like they could have been more economical with their storyline choices here. This wasn't that funny because we never knew Nana. I think we would have gotten much more bang for our buck with the Geller parents coming in, having some kind of story with them. It would have been easy to write them in. They could have been helping with the move or just preparing to help with the new babies. Honestly, not getting anything resembling a send-off of the Geller parents when we got something for Gunther and even Estelle a little bit, and Janice and Frank Jr. to an extent, is probably my biggest gripe about the finale. But speaking of finale, up next is the last one, part 1. It's just 1 spot worse than part 2. But season 10, episode 17, the last one, part 1, does have a lot more suspense and surprise, like the mad dash to the airport and the fact that Erica has twins. A big kudos, of course, to Gunther for expressing his thoughts and making himself vulnerable. This is his last episode as well. And at pick number 52, it's the last one, part 2. We get one final round of Ross and Rachel's. Are you tired of hearing me say it? All right, this will be the last time I say it in the video. This is their last round of the will they, won't they game. Ross gets to her at the airport in time, tells her his feelings, and she gets on the plane anyway. But then we've got one of the most memorable moments of the whole show when he returns home and hears her voice on his machine saying she loves him and wants to get off the plane. And we hear a flight attendant telling her she can't, and she's arguing with the flight attendant. Then the message cuts off and Ross is going, "Did she get off the plane? Did she get off the plane?" And then Rachel answers in person right behind him, I got off the plane. And it makes me cry every time. Same way that I always cry with another moment we'll talk about soon. But despite feeling jerked around and rolling my eyes at the Ross-Rachel story throughout this series, this episode always reminds me that game, the name of which I promised to stop saying because I kept saying it throughout the video, I was always playing along, even while scoffing at it and saying I don't care. Next up, another Ross-Rachel focused episode. This is season 6, episode 1, the one after Vegas. In the smallest plot of the episode, Joey and Phoebe drive her grandmother's cab back to New York City, and Joey picks up a hitchhiker. In the B plot, we have Chandler and Monica trying to decide if they should get married because they almost did in Las Vegas. But then we have my favorite one, Ross suggesting that he and Rachel stay married so that he doesn't end up with 3 failed marriages. Favorite line of the whole episode is Rachel laughing along and thinking he's joking, and then finally saying, "See, now I'm scared because I don't actually think you're kidding." I really enjoy the Ross third divorce thread throughout the opening to season 6. Everything about it, but most of this thread comes in the episodes after this one. I do really enjoy the end of this episode, the way Ross words it when he makes his confession to Phoebe. You want to hear something weird? I didn't get the annulment. And see, this is what I love about Friends. This is what I love about all these episodes coming up. This is a conflict. This is a dilemma. Rachel thinks their marriage is annulled. Ross knows it's not and wishes to stay secretly married. That's a problem. But this is so not a real world problem. It's way too ridiculous. But also, all the actors are top of their game, so it's not like I'm sitting here rolling my eyes at how implausible it is either. They're giving a good performance of a goofy story that makes the real world feel easy. I'm just enjoying and laughing when I watch this one. Coming up next, it's another season 6 episode, and we're now officially in the top 50. At the time I'm recording this, I don't actually know which season will rank my highest. What I mean by that is I don't know which season would have the lowest number if I add all their ranks together, but I think I'll crunch the numbers at the end and we'll see. But my guess is that it's going to be season 6. I did notice that the last time I talked about season 9 and the last time I will talk about season 9 on this list is number 100. So I think it's clear which season ranks as my least favorite. But anyway, I digress. Let's get into our top 50. This is season 6, episode 13, the one with Rachel's sister. This is Reese Witherspoon's first of 2 episodes. She plays the title role here, Rachel's sister. I think she's really funny here, and I think that her character really reminds us of how far Rachel has come, how much she has grown since the beginning of the show. And this episode might be James Michael Tyler's best performance as Gunther. It's hard to say. He was such a special character, but this is the point when Joey is working at Central Perk. And in this episode, he's giving out free coffee to beautiful women. And Gunther is just a deadpan heel to his plan, Joey's plan. It's really funny. Next up is actually the very next episode. Coming in at number 49, it's season 6, episode 14, the one where Chandler can't cry. The other half to the Reese Witherspoon appearance. She's going out with Ross despite Rachel's disapproval, and she's trying to make her jealous. They also discover that Chandler can't cry and that Phoebe has been secretly doing adult films. Oh, wait, no, turns out that's only Ursula. And now it's my final pick for A tier. Topping out the category, it's season 1, episode 7, the one with the blackout. I don't have a lot to say about this one. It's the top rated season 1 episode on IMDb and kind of an exciting concept for an episode, but I did have a hard time ranking it because of Paolo. It's so hard not to think of how Paolo ends up being later, so I get irrationally mad when I see him on screen. His whole presence on screen just feels gross. I don't like looking at him. Had this been a character that was written off because he had to move back to Rome or something like that, I think I'd like this episode a lot more. But I feel like top pick for A tier and top 50 is not a bad placement at all. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, we are officially in S tier. The remaining 47 episodes are my absolute favorites, and I'm so excited to talk about them because they're just generally always on at my house. My first S tier pick is season 2, episode 14, the one with the prom video. Now, I promised to stop saying a certain phrase, a certain name of a game that the writers made us play with 2 certain characters, but this episode is the first time we finally think that game is coming to an end. Ross and Rachel had almost gotten together a few episodes before this one, but Rachel absolutely changed her mind when she found his list, which we discussed earlier. Well, in this one, the Gellers bring over some of the kids' old stuff and they start watching the home video from Monica and Rachel's senior prom. In the video, it looks like Rachel is about to get stood up by her date, Chip, so Ross gets all dressed up to save the day. But Chip eventually shows up, leaving a very sad-looking Ross all alone. And then Rachel, in the modern day, sees this, walks across the silent room, grabs Ross, and kisses him. It's very romantic. There are a few reasons this one isn't a bit higher for me, like the weak Joey gifting Chandler a bracelet story, but it's a great work of television and a fantastic episode. Next S tier for me is season 4, episode 18, the one with Rachel's new dress. Rachel finally gets Joshua on a date. His apartment is under construction or something, so he's staying at his parents' place, but they are out of town, or at least they're supposed to be. They're at his place, Rachel puts on her lingerie and waits for him to come join her. Ah, look at that, it's his parents, they're home early. This one ranks S tier for me because of this plot alone. Joshua's father is actually played by Matthew Perry's real life father, and I think he's grand here in this scene. My favorite part is when Rachel tries to convince them, Joshua's parents, that for her work in fashion, part of her job is to wear the clothes around the world and see what people think. So she's going to write down USA, not ready. I already said this earlier, but Rachel's clumsiness and her mishaps and her spazziness and early commitment to all the wrong relationships is just so fun, and this is such a good example of that. Coming in at number 45, it's season 5, episode 17, the one with Rachel's inadvertent kiss. She goes in for a job interview at Ralph Lauren and accidentally kisses the interviewer. She thinks he's leaning in for that somehow. Mr. Zellner is in this one. It's his first episode. I think he's a great counter to the spazzy Rachel. Another season 5 pick coming up next. It's 513, the one with Joey's bag. Now, this one is ranked pretty low on IMDb, and I think I do see where people are coming from. But actually, I don't think this is really even about where people are coming from. This one I think it just kind of settles into choice number 195 because there's not a lot to it. Joey gets a purse for men and insists on holding it at his auditions. Monica freaks out about Chandler not liking her massages, but also in what does feel kind of big to the show overall, we actually meet Phoebe's dad. It's his only episode, but it feels kind of like if you blink, you miss it. I guess it feels like it should be more important, but it is part of a nothing happens kind of episode. But I think Joey really starts to reach his full potential around seasons 5 and 6, and he's not too over the top with his dumbness just yet. And also, to be honest, I quite like the scene with Phoebe showing compassion to her dad, even though he doesn't exactly deserve it. Back in season 4 with another Joshua episode. This is 413, the one with Rachel's crush. So another quick note about the Joshua arc. Jennifer Anniston and Tate Donovan, who plays Joshua, had dated and were in the middle of a breakup while these episodes were filming. thus the awkward and poor chemistry between the two. But I thought this worked out really well for the characters. It was like Rachel was just pushing too hard for this, and it didn't make sense, and it was like watching a train wreck. And Joshua, just seemed to think, well, she's cute, but I'm just not like that into her. And I liked it. I really did just like the dynamic between these two. Again, it's a conflict, but is it so heavy if you date the wrong guy who's totally nice and sweet, but just a hilariously terrible match? Next up, it's season 3, episode 13, the one where Monica and Richard are just friends. I just realized we have 3 seasons, episode 13s in a row. Anyway, this one ranks highly for having 2 good plots, but one hilarious one. I love the plot where Joey falls in love with the book Little Women. I love how he accidentally spoils The Shining for Rachel as well. Coming up next at spots 41 and 40, we have 2 halves of a continuous story. First, it's 8:23, the one where Rachel has a baby, part 1. I think this is here because it's just exciting whenever there are new babies on the show. And I like the Ross and Rachel dynamic here in this first half because they're just so focused on the task at hand. They're not focused on their relationship status, and he's supporting her pretty well. I love that it ends with Janice coming in. But let's move on to the second half so I can say what I dislike about this 2-parter. In pick number 40, Rachel has a baby part 2. I can't stand the joke about Janice's baby being ugly. I hate the way the friends gasp at his face right to Janice's face. I mean, how hard is it to just not do that? But anyway, again, just the excitement of a new baby really bumps this one up. But now I'm kind of realizing I actually have a lot of gripes with this one, like Ross. Emma's like 4 hours old, and he's putting up this strict boundary with Rachel about their relationship, and then brings up talking to a nurse, which, the audience is supposed to know is code for Ross showing interest in another woman. So, I don't blame Rachel for feeling desperate in this moment with all these hormones, desperate enough to say yes to what she thinks is a proposal from Joey. And if you haven't seen this episode and you're wondering what I mean by what she thinks is a proposal, just go watch this one. It's ridiculous. Pick number 39 is season 6, episode 2, the one where Ross hugs Rachel. Like I said earlier, I like this early stretch of season 6 where they play up Ross's 3 divorces. Ross's divorce attorney in this one is so funny with his flat, "So that's your second marriage in 2 years." And Ross's, "Yes, second in 2 years, third overall." Now, earlier I said that there was something coming up that always makes me well up, and actually there are a few things left on this list that make me well up, but one of them takes place in season 8, episode 1, the one after I do. Rachel gets another positive pregnancy test at Monica's wedding. Phoebe, in Rachel's words, plays a risky little game by telling her the test is negative just to see how Rachel really feels about it being positive. And Rachel is sad, she's disappointed, but then when it's positive, she's so happy. Anyway, Monica had complained about Rachel stealing her thunder on engagement night, and well, she really did steal her thunder here, too. This is her wedding, but I guess she wasn't trying to. Next up, season 4, episode 19, the one with all the haste. Monica and Rachel spend the episode trying to get their apartment back from the guys. Ross and Emily decide to get married. That's the name of the episode. My favorite part about this episode is the "morning's here, the morning's here." That guy at the beginning and at the end of the episode as well. And I also really like Joey's impression of him. This episode overall is a real hit for me just because of little details like that, details like Phoebe's Santa Claus pants that she mistakes for maternity clothes, and simple lines like Joey's "We don't make enough fun of you already" regarding Ross's earring. And another broken record comment, great chemistry with the cast overall. Pick 36 for me is Joanna's second of her 3 major episodes. This is season 4, episode 3, the one with the cuffs. My favorite thing about this one is the Chandler-Rachel pairing and the way they just bounce right off each other. This moment that Chandler says, "Would you please, just," and the drawer smacks him in the head. This was unscripted, and he just stays in character and rolls with it. Such an attestation to Matthew Perry's talent and improv skills. At number 35, we have season 2, episode 11, the one with the lesbian wedding. This is a really sweet little episode for 2 of the 3 plots. Carol and Susan's wedding actually was mostly handled with care and treated respectfully. We had a beautiful ceremony with a beautiful speech from the officiator about nothing making God happier than 2 people, any 2 people coming together in love, which was very nice. And Ross showed a lot of character in this episode by stepping up to give Carol away since her parents refused to attend her same-sex wedding. We also have Rachel's mom coming in to stay with her in this episode. She announces that she's leaving her husband, Rachel's dad, which is a big shock to Rachel. Her mom starts trying to act cool and young, and Rachel essentially tells her to knock it off and asks what her problem is. And we learn that Rachel's mom really admires Rachel for ditching her wedding, saying, "You didn't marry your Barry, I married mine." But this episode has a major downside to it, and that's Phoebe's storyline. An elderly massage client dies on her table, and Phoebe thinks the woman's spirit is trapped in her body. To me, this is one of Phoebe's worst moments in the whole show. It doesn't feel like she actually believes this spirit is in her body. It really feels like someone pretending to believe something to shock people just for shock value. It sounds like somebody trying to go viral on TikTok, but with a very small audience. And no matter what's actually going on with Phoebe, whether she's doing this on purpose or not, she interrupts Carol and Susan's wedding by saying in an obnoxious voice, "Now I've seen everything," which is so rude. But despite that, it's still a good episode. Next up, it's season 1, episode 15, the one with the stoned guy. This one is really funny and only the 15th episode of the show. At that point, it was really unlike any of the episodes that came before it, mostly because of its stoner humor. And by the way, in case you were skipping around in this video, you may have missed what I said at rank number 146. Steve, the stoned guy in this episode, who is opening a new restaurant, goes to Monica's apartment to taste her food, but he's under the influence, and I think they allude to it being pot, but he's acting a lot sillier than that. Anyway, he's really funny, and the same character shows up again in season 9 as a blind date for Rachel, and that episode is number 146 on my list. Okay, it's time for another spazzy Rachel episode featuring Danny. This is season 5, episode 7, the one where Ross moves in. Ross moves in with Chandler and Joey, driving them crazy. Classic sitcom style here. Phoebe is dating a very strict health inspector. It's an okay storyline. And finally, Danny is having a housewarming, and oddly, he doesn't invite Rachel and Monica to it after telling them all about it. And this is also after he and Rachel have gone on a date. Rachel is convinced that he's just playing some games with her, so she starts playing hard to get in some really odd ways. He eventually invites her to the party. She ultimately ends up there, and maybe an unpopular opinion, but I think he was playing games. Next up, it's season 1, episode 5, the one with the East German laundry detergent. When you hear this title, you probably remember which episode this is. Ross and Rachel kiss at the laundromat as he's teaching her how to do laundry. It's a cute little moment and cute little plot overall, but for me, this episode really shines for its other two plots. This is the premiere of Janice. She's not quite her full self yet, but you see little traces of her ultimate personality. But I also like the classic sitcom humor of the Joey and Monica plot. Joey wants to go out with his ex, Angela, but she has moved on and is dating Bob. Joey lies and says he's moved on too, asking Angela if she and Bob would like to go on a double date with him and his new girlfriend, Monica. Joey lies to Monica, telling her that he's setting her up for a blind double date and that her date's name is Bob. Joey also tells Monica that Angela and Bob are brother and sister. Lots of awkward, this character knows this, that character knows that, and one character knows nothing kind of humor. At one point when Bob and Angela are cuddling and flirting, Monica pulls Joey aside, asks what's going on, and says something like, "This is like having cocktails in Appalachia." Up next, it's season 5, episode 19, the one where Ross can't flirt. This episode reminds me quite a bit of the one where no one's ready, which we're going to get to in a moment. That's because this episode feels kind of like a play. The whole thing is set at the apartment, and it's basically just one long scene. They're there with Joey's very old grandmother, who doesn't speak English, and they're gathered around to watch him guest star on Law and Order, but he realizes after some time that they've cut his scene, and he doesn't want her to find out, so he ends up making his own video and trying to pass it off as his scene. This is also a good example of Ross and Rachel making a good pair of friends. Ross is trying to flirt with and ask out the pizza girl, but he just keeps creeping her out on accident. So Rachel follows her, then talks Ross up and gets her number to give to Ross, which is pretty sweet. Next up, we've got a real hidden gem, in my opinion. This is season 1, episode 14, the one with the candy hearts. It's a Valentine's Day episode. Chandler ends up on a blind date with Janice. They spend the night together, and when he tries to end it with her, she's not upset. She gives that famous monologue of hers where she tells him, "You'll be back. You love me. You need me." This is also a really good Ross episode. He sees Carol and Susan out on their Valentine's Day date and watches as Susan leaves Carol alone because she has a work emergency. Ross spends the evening with Carol trying to cheer her up, and this is a nice one because I think it's the first time we see any actual chemistry between him and Carol. It's the first time that his grief over his broken marriage isn't about failing at it, and it's not about being jealous of Susan. We actually see that Ross is sad because he truly loved Carol and had a good connection with her. Okay, exciting times. We are sub 30 now. Pick 29 for me is season 3, episode 2, the one where no one's ready. Like I said 2 episodes back, it feels like a play. It's got one setting, the apartment, and it's all basically one act. All the characters are focusing around the same plot, which is that they're supposed to be getting ready for Ross's event, and they are taking their sweet time. The whole thing is really memorable. Joey making fun of Chandler, wearing all his clothes, and saying, "Could I be wearing any more clothes?" I could probably talk endlessly about all the things I like about this episode, but one of my very favorite things about it is how much I relate. I've been Ross in this situation, but admittedly, I've also been the others in this situation too. My next pick features my favorite one-time, one-episode character. This is season 4, episode 11, the one with Phoebe's uterus. That favorite one-time character is Rhonda from the museum. I love how dramatic she is about how the museum is not a perfect world, and also how seriously she takes this confession time toward the end, shouting that her breasts are not real. Really, I just enjoy Joey's plot here as a museum tour guide, but there's other good things to this episode as well. Phoebe tells Frank and Alice that she will be their surrogate, for example, and I think this was such a clever way to write Lisa Kudrow's pregnancy into the show, by the way. It's so much better than just putting her in baggy clothes or trying not to show her from the chest down. I will give what I actually think will be a popular opinion. I don't find Monica's 777 thing very funny. Like, not at all. I don't know. Who does find this funny? It's just, I find it gross. I kind of think most people will agree with me on this, but tell me what you think in the comments. It's still a very good episode. Time for another spazzy Rachel. This time we're back with Joshua, and this is his last episode, season 4, episode 20, the one with all the wedding dresses. I love this episode for the famous scene of the girls playing in the wedding dresses, and I love the moment when Rachel answers the door to Joshua saying, "I do," scaring him away once and for all. Now we've got one that I'm pretty sure was voted the most hated season 3 episode on Reddit quite recently, but I have to disagree. While I do not care for Ross's jealousy, which season 3 episode 12, the one with all the jealousy, is named after, there are some really funny parts to this one, some really funny parts. First of all, I love the plot where Joey lies on his resume about his dance experience and then is tasked with teaching a musical theater routine to a room of actors. The way he tries to keep up the act, even after the jig is up, it's so funny. I also really like the barbershop quartet. They bring these guys in, and I think it adds a little something extra to this episode.
You're no God's gift to women, that's all in your head.
Next up, we have season 2, episode 7, the one where Ross finds out. Excellent acting here. Love Jennifer Anniston's acting in the scene with her date with Michael. I feel really bad for this character, of course, but the actor here is also just great. I love his delivery of telling her the date hasn't been that bad because he's been playing the movie Diner in his head for the past 30 minutes. I love the way that Rachel tries making it up to him by saying on her drunken voicemail to Ross that she's over him and that she hopes he's happy with Julie and their cat, who she thinks they should name Michael. And hey, that kiss at the end of the episode is very romantic and just an absolute iconic moment in the TV world. Here's one that I also just saw in a vote on Reddit, and I'm pretty sure this was voted as the best for season 2. And this is episode 222, the one with 2 parties. And spoiler alert, this is the last time that I mentioned season 2 on my list, so I suppose it's my top season pick as well. This episode takes place on Rachel's birthday. Both of her parents, who hate each other and have recently separated, show up to her place, and the friends are doing their best to keep the two from seeing each other. So there are 2 parties, the one in Rachel and Monica's place and the one in the guy's place. It quickly turns into the boring party at Monica's and the fun party at the guy's place, with Monica desperate to keep guests and Phoebe sneaking them out. We also get some really fun Gunther dance moves in this episode. It's a good one. Great performance from both actors playing Rachel's parents as well. Next up, it's an episode that I can't believe ranks so low on IMDb. This is season 1, episode 2, the one with the sonogram at the end. As the second episode to the show, they're still laying a lot of groundwork. We meet Carol, and in this one episode, she is played by a different actress. And we also meet Susan. We also meet the Geller parents. Many of the jokes in this episode are boys are like and girls be like. But nevertheless, I think we see a really big shift in quality from the first episode. And of course, we get the sonogram of baby Ben at the end, and that's fun. Coming in at number 22, we have season 7, episode 24, the one with Monica and Chandler's wedding, part 2. There's lots of good stuff about this episode, but to be honest, I'm not sure that it would totally clear the A tier on its own. What really pushes it up to S tier for me is the ending. This is my absolute favorite closer to a Friends episode. I wonder if people saw it coming, that Rachel was the one who was pregnant and not Monica. I can't remember if I saw this coming or not. The first time I ever watched the show through was in 2014, and by that point I already knew a lot about the show, so I can't remember if I knew this already, that Rachel had a baby. I can't remember, but I wonder if this was a shock when it came out. If anyone remembers, please let me know in the comments. But anyway, it's such a beautiful moment, this ending, all of it. Joey made it to the wedding. Chandler stood up and did the right thing by coming back. We get the close-up of Rachel's face, the tears in her eyes, the scared little when Phoebe says they're going to have a baby, while the instrumental version of Everlong plays and everyone's clapping, including Chandler's parents sitting peacefully next to each other. Back to season 1 for pick 21. This is season 1, episode 23, the one with the birth. This is the one where Ben is born. There's a really cliche dynamic here between Ross and Susan. You know, like first we hate each other, now we have an emotional outburst and we love each other. But what can I say? I love the story about how they picked Ben's name, because picking a baby name is hard, and most of the time parents just have to pick something that they like. It's actually really amazing when there's a story behind the name. I also always wished that the single mom Joey had met, the one he had a lot of stuff in common with, had made a return to the show at some point. She really felt like a good match for him. And with that, welcome to the top 20. For this spot, we have season 6, episode 24, the one with the proposal, part 1. Chandler is trying to propose to Monica, but then we've got some Richard interference. This is fine and everything, and part 2 to this story is going to show up much later down this list because of Chandler and Monica, but the reason why part 1 hits the top 20 for me is Joey. I love the Mr. Beaumont bit. I love that he doesn't understand how silent auctions work, and he thinks that he won the boat by guessing how much it costs. It's good. Everything about it. I like the part where Rachel tries to sell it to the next highest bidder, and Joey aggressively tells him, it's not just a guess, you have to actually pay that. Coming up next, it's season 5, episode 11, the one with all the resolutions. Everyone has a New Year's resolution, and it's causing issues for them all, including Ross, who is wearing leather pants on a date. He sweats in them, so he goes to the bathroom to cool off for a minute, but then he can't get them back on, and chaos ensues. This is also the episode where Rachel finds out about Chandler and Monica, hearing them talk dirty to each other on the phone. At pick number 18, we've got another hidden gem. This is season 1, episode 17, the one with 2 parts, part 2. We already talked about part 1 much earlier. It ranked number 102. But this second half is excellent. I'm not sure if I just haven't noticed, but overall, I can't believe that this one seems to never get talked about online. and it's hard to believe that it ranks all the way down at 109 on IMDb. We have 3 really good plots. Ross goes out to dinner with his dad and talks to him about upcoming fatherhood. Jack is so sweet and so funny, and a little bit distracted by the sun-dried tomatoes. Rachel hurts her ankle and doesn't have health insurance, so she and Monica trade IDs at the hospital, and then they have to keep up the facade when they get asked out by 2 doctors, played by Noah Weil and George Clooney. But then we've got my absolute favorite storyline here, the most underrated kiss in the whole show. Phoebe learns that Ursula is going to just ghost Joey without even breaking up with him, so Phoebe pretends to be Ursula so she can break up with him and let him down easy. And Phoebe even lets him kiss her goodbye. As Joey is walking away, he turns and looks back, and without a word, we know that he now realizes that was Phoebe. And they just look at each other with so much care and so much compassion. It's one of the best kisses on the whole show, but it means friendship and not romance. And it's amazing that this can convey so much power. I love it. I love this kiss. I love this episode. Next up, it's the opener to season 5. 501 is the one after Ross says, "Rachel, we are still in London," in the aftermath of, well, Ross saying he takes the Rachel during his wedding to Emily. My favorite line in the whole episode is when the long, awkward, grueling ceremony finally ends, and Joey says it could have gone worse, and Chandler says, yeah, he could have shot her. We get more of Emily's parents, or her father and stepmother, alongside Ross's parents, which we're going to talk about later down in the list. And we've also got the start, of course, the real start to Chandler and Monica. Next up, I've got an absolute bone to pick with IMDb. Why is season 5, episode 18, the one where Rachel smokes, so low on this list? The storyline about Rachel pretending to be a smoker to get ahead at work is decent. It's funny enough. It's got her spazzy energy that I personally love. But, you know, maybe spazzy Rachel isn't for everyone. And Phoebe's mad that Monica took over planning Rachel's surprise party totally alone, only asking her to bring cups and ice, which Phoebe then does in an over-the-top way, making cup decorations and hats and giving out snow cones. And that's fine too. It's decent, but come on. This is the episode where Joey and Ben are auditioning for a soup commercial, and Joey is so good. He's so funny when he can't get the line right. Soup. I mean noodle soup. I mean soup. Maybe you'll disagree about it being in my top 20, but come on, number 215 on IMDb, ranking lower than the one with the sharks, the one with Monica's boots, the one with the ick factor? Please rip in down in the comments below if you must, but I will die on the hill that this is a good episode and has been personally victimized by the IMDb list. This is also just the best era of Friends, in my opinion. Really, all of 5 and 6 are. Chemistry's high, characters are entirely developed, and this episode itself, all of these things shine here, especially Joey. Alright, luckily this next one has a ranking very close to its IMDb ranking, so we don't have to worry about anything controversial for now. I give season 8, episode 2, the one with the red sweater, spot 15, and IMDb gives it 17. We've got some cute little side stories. Chandler and Ross lose the disposable cameras from the wedding, so they crash a different wedding, take photos, and try to pass them off as their own. Monica can't wait for Chandler before opening all the wedding presents, but the real bulk of the episode is Joey and Phoebe trying to figure out who the father of Rachel's baby is. Joey knows that about a month or so ago, Rachel had a guy over and he left behind a red sweater. So whoever owns this sweater is the father. At the end of the episode, it's just sitting there at the apartment, and Ross goes, "Hey, my sweater. I've been looking for this for like a month." And the audience goes nuts. For this alone, the episode ranks high. Back to a controversial pick. Coming in at number 14 is one that I just saw Reddit name as the worst episode of season 5. This is 510, the one with the inappropriate sister. I found the post where this was decided, and it seems that people just find it cringy. And yeah, I suppose it is cringy that Danny, has this inappropriate relationship with his sister. But based on everything we've seen about Danny, he is weird, so this little escalation is not really surprising for me. And there's some funny lines in here, like when the sister is flirting with Danny in the coffee house, and then they leave together, and Rachel, was interested in him, and Joey goes, "Sorry, Rach." Then Monica, "I can't believe they're brother and sister." And Joey, "They're brother and sister?" Plus, this is the episode with Fireball, aka Crazy Lawsuit Game. This is also the episode where Joey writes a play to get Ross and Chandler to make up from an argument, having Ross say that he's one sorry paleontologist. I like this episode a lot because I feel like it's just such an example of all the friends just kind of doing what it is they do best or what it is they do most throughout the show. We see Joey struggling as an actor, Rachel chasing the absolute wrong guy, Ross down on his luck and being a little too serious and annoying, Chandler goofing around with Joey but also getting serious with Monica, Phoebe trying to do a good thing but caving to some of her rougher tendencies, and Monica is just kind of supporting and facilitating all the stories, which, maybe you don't love for her, but I think it's a pretty popular opinion at this point that they didn't always make the most of Monica's character. Now another not so controversial pick. Up next, it's season 10, episode 11, the one where the stripper cries. To be honest, there's one plot here that really pulls it back. I think this had a potential to be in my top 10, but I was so over the flashbacks at this point. And this is not meant to be a dig, but we're 10 years into the show now, and Ross and Chandler this doesn't look like a flashback at all. This looks like two 40-year-olds at an 80s themed costume party. And, like I said, not a dig. We're all aging. I'm closer to 40 than 20. But also, I know I don't pass for 20 anymore. I know some people will tell me, well, that's the joke. That's the joke. They don't really look the part anymore. So it's funny. It's just cheesy. But I think, again, kind of like the one with the rumor, it's just a little too meta for me. Anyway, I don't want to harp too much here because the other two plots in this one are absolutely solid. Joey gets a spot on the game show Secret Word and he bombs. He gives the stupidest answers, but I don't think he's too over the top stupid here. I think it's the right amount and it's actually hilarious. And then we've got a bachelorette party for Phoebe, who makes it clear that she wanted a stripper. Rachel and Monica do not have one coming, so they have to get a last-minute stripper. They call a guy in New Jersey who has to take a bus from Hoboken, and he's played by Danny DeVito, who gives such a funny performance. His little dance, the words to his dance, all of it fantastic. My next pick is season 5, episode 16, the one with the cop. Phoebe finds a police badge, then impersonates an officer, even making a woman apologize to a tree. She gets caught by the officer who actually owns the badge. Okay, that's all fine, but this is the episode with pivot, pivot, pivot. They're moving the couch into Ross's place, and my favorite part is when he draws a diagram. He and Rachel and Chandler are looking at it. Ross says, "That's the couch, that's me." And Rachel laughs and says, "Well, you sure think highly of yourself." He says, "That's my arm." And Chandler says, "I thought you just really liked your new couch." So funny. At number 11, we have season 6, episode 4, the one where Joey loses his health insurance. This plot is funny. He needs to work more to get health insurance, which he recently lost. So it's a bad time to get a hernia, which he does, which stops him from succeeding at his auditions, except for the part of Dying Man, which he nails. But the real shining story here in this episode is Ross. He just got a temporary teaching spot at NYU, and he gets nervous, and because of his nerves, a fake accent comes out. So he's teaching in a fake accent. He's not sure how to stop, and at the end, he comes clean, clears the air, asks the students if they can just start fresh because their evals matter to him getting a full-time spot. But then, of course, right as he's saying the words, "If you just give me another chance to make a good impression," Rachel busts through the doors and yells, "Ross, are you crazy? I am still your wife."
Were you just never gonna tell me? What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, I could just kill you.
Okay, you ready for this? We are now in the top 10. First, we've got season 6, episode 10, the one with the routine. I honestly don't have a lot of commentary about this one. The routine is hilarious. This is by far the best Monica Ross story in the whole show, and even the little tiny side story about Phoebe and Rachel looking for Monica's Christmas presents is cute, kind of fun. Side note, the snooty guy who decides who will perform on the platforms was on Moody's Point. The first time I watched this episode, I recognized him instantly. Anyone remember that show? Or that show within a show?
It doesn't spell anything!
Next up, it's season 5, episode 9, the one with Ross's sandwich. There's a cute and funny side plot about Rachel and Phoebe attending a literature class together, and Phoebe embarrassing Rachel for not reading the books. But of course, this one is better known for the plot it is named after. Ross has been so whiny and down on his luck in the opening season of 5 after his failed marriage to Emily and losing his apartment and blah blah blah. And rather than listening to audience feedback about Ross being too whiny, the writers leaned into it and just made it an absolute joke, made things even worse for him, made him freak out over a Thanksgiving leftover sandwich, and this freak out led to him getting fired from the museum. It's so funny, and the "my sandwich" bit is a classic. Alright, next up is the last one that will take some defending. The last controversial pick on this list is my pick number 8. This is season 4, episode 16, the one with the fake party. It's also the last one on this list, featuring the spazzy Rachel that I love most. It's also the last Joshua episode on the list. Now, it ranks pretty low on IMDb, but I've seen this one mentioned on Reddit a bit for being cringy and just not a crowd fave. And it is cringy, but something I realized is that I just about never have a problem with cringiness on this show. I guess the one with the donor, aka the John Stamos episode, might be a bit of an exception to that. I didn't enjoy the cringe there. But anyway, to be honest, I didn't have a lot of fresh commentary for this one because the stuff I like about it is all stuff I've already talked about. Rachel pushing too hard for the wrong guy for seemingly no good reason. Joshua's counter to Rachel's chaos. It's all the same commentary. I just think this is the episode where all of that is done best. Pick number 7 is season 6, episode 17, the one with Unagi. This feels like the last episode on this list that's just another episode. Everything left on this list either involves a special occasion or is just one of the incredibly famous episodes from the show. But the one with Unagi is just a simple episode, but an absolute fave. It's got 3 plot lines that are all incredibly funny. Everyone probably already knows exactly what I'm talking about here when I say unagi. Phoebe and Rachel are taking a self-defense class, and Ross, just being a toxic jerk, is trying to prove to them that they wouldn't be as strong and prepared for a surprise attack as they might think. So he spends the episode trying to sneak up on them, but the girls pretty much outsmart him. But then we have two other plots that are also hilarious that could get overlooked. First, it's Chandler and Monica each forgetting to make gifts for each other like they promised. Monica breaks down and admits it, but Chandler tries to pass a mixtape off as something he made for her. Remember mixtapes? Anyway, they're having a candlelit slow dance to the music in the living room when Janice's voice cuts in over "The Way You Look Tonight." "I love the way you look every night, Chandler." And then we have something just so dumb and so funny and full of conflict that just would not exist in the real world, but we just can't help but watch Matt LeBlanc's performance. Joey needs money, so he wants to volunteer for a scientific study. Turns out that only twin studies are available at the moment, so he hires a guy to play his identical twin. And they're both just so dumb, but look nothing alike. And Joey tries testing out his plan on Chandler and Monica by sending Carl into their apartment to see if they'll buy that it's Joey. It's so goofy. It's something a kid would do, but it's too goofy for other sitcoms maybe. I don't know what it is, but I just really enjoy this one, and really I enjoy everything in the one with Unagi. At choice number 6, we have season 6, episode 25, the one with the proposal, part 2. Chandler had been trying to throw Monica off so that he could surprise her with his proposal by pretending he has absolutely no interest in marriage. But he does too good a job at it, and Monica is about to leave Chandler for good and for Richard, who has popped up and said he would like to marry and have children with her. We think it's over. We think Monica's gone. Chandler's scrambling, looking for Monica everywhere, and Joey says she's gone. She went home to her parents. She said not to call. And then Chandler goes home, and what do we hear next? "You said you wanted it to be a surprise." This got me so much the first time I watched it. I remember the first time I saw this episode, I thought for sure we were going to have Ross Rachel 2.0 with them breaking up, then getting back together, then breaking up, and ultimately, I'm sure, getting back together. But this really surprised me in the best way the first time I saw it. Instant tears, and still, most times I watch it now, I still tear up. On to the top 5. My 5th favorite episode of Friends is the number 1 episode on IMDb. This is season 5, episode 14, the one where everybody finds out. Excellent episode. Now, the reason this is not my first pick or even second or third is just that I love the next ones even more than this one. There's nothing wrong with this one. I think it's wonderful, but I've just got 4 more picks that I love even more. So a little about this one. 2 main plots here. First, Ross trying to get Ugly Naked Guy's apartment. Second, Phoebe and Rachel trying to get Chandler and Monica to admit to their relationship, which they are going to accomplish by getting Phoebe to seduce Chandler. Monica and Chandler know what they're up to, so it becomes a game of chicken between Team Monica and Chandler and Team Phoebe and Rachel. Joey is just hanging out with Hugsy, waiting for all of it to be over so he can stop holding on to everybody's secrets. Eventually, Chandler loses the chicken game when Phoebe is going further and further in her seduction game, admitting that he is in love with Monica. Classic and everyone's fave. Just 4 to go. Up next is the one in Vegas part 2. 3 words, identical hand twin. Joey following around the croupier, trying to persuade him to join him as a showbiz partner because their hands look similar. It just kills me every time. It's so random, it's so weird, it's pretty creative. I've never heard it before. I also love the escalation of Ross and Rachel's pranks and embarrassments of one another from the last episode, which has now spiraled into the two of them running around the casino, drunk with pen all over their faces. Monica and Chandler are about to elope, so they go to the chapel, and lo and behold, it's taken by another couple, and that couple is Ross and Rachel. Probably my favorite funny ending to an episode, with my favorite overall ending still being Monica and Chandler's wedding part 2, and a close second place favorite being the one with the red sweater. This is the end of season 5 leading into 6, and it's the perfect bridge between my two favorite seasons. My third pick, and also IMDb's third pick, is season 4 episode 12, the one with the embryos. This is the one where Ross designs a trivia game to figure out who knows more about the others, the guys or the girls. Winner gets the apartment, the guys win. It is so fun to learn these little details about the characters, like that Chandler's name on the TV guide is Miss Chandler Bong, and of course that he's a transponster. This is also the one where we learn that Phoebe's embryo transfer took and she is pregnant. How exciting. Just an overall hoot of an episode and certainly worthy of the top 3. What is my second favorite episode of this show? Season 4, episode 22, the one with Ross's wedding, part 2. Why? First of all, Emily's stepmom is so funny. Every time she's on screen, she is just a magnet. Her voice, her delivery, I love how self-involved she is. I love that Emily's dad says so right in front of her. I love the way they walk into the church and Judy is gushing about the place and she flatly says, "I know, it's horrible, isn't it?" I love the way she hates her husband. Jack Geller is my favorite recurring side character, but I mean, Emily's stepmom gives him a run for his money. It's really just too bad that she couldn't have made more than 2 appearances on the show. I also learned when looking up the actress that she's the voice of the fairy godmother in Shrek 2, just a side note. And of course, another moment that always brings tears to my eyes when Rachel is struggling to find the words after coming all that way to stop the wedding at the last minute to tell Ross that she loves him, but then she sees that he loves Emily and she says, "Well, I just needed to tell you, congratulations." I always well up. Such a powerful moment. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, though I know it's very possible that you have fast forwarded to this point. What is my top pick? Well, remember how most of the Thanksgiving episodes were knocked out in F and D tiers, and I said I'm just not a fan? Alright, well, there is one Thanksgiving episode that blows the others out of the water because, in my opinion, it is just the best episode of the whole show. This is season 6, episode 9, the one where Ross got high. It's got funny chaos, it's got the Geller parents, it's got Ross making this face, it's got a big and rare win for Chandler. I love the moment when the chaos boils over between Rachel accidentally making a dessert that's half trifle, half shepherd's pie, to Phoebe's increasingly descriptive fantasies about Jack Geller and Jacques Cousteau, to Monica and Ross frantically pouring out each other's secrets to their parents, to Joey just wanting to leave, and Judy saying, "That's a lot of information to receive in 30 seconds," and then just telling everyone how it is. Nearly everything about this episode is an absolute hit, and this is what I wish all the other Thanksgiving episodes could have been like. Yes, there's yelling, but it's done in such a funny way. No one is actually mad, no dinners are ruined, no friendships or relationships are at stake. Nothing really is high stakes. It's just the perfect episode to tune out the crazy, complicated real world. I just love this one. And you know what? I think I'm going to go watch it while I edit this video together. And now, before our final goodbye, I'll share some numbers with you. I added up and averaged out the rankings of each individual season, and here's what we've got for each season's average rank. I won't read all these numbers out loud, so feel free to pause and look if you're interested. But essentially, from best to worst, it went 5, 4, 6, 3, 1, 2, 10, 7, 8, and 9 in last place. I was surprised that 4 seemed to perform better for me than 6. I think maybe 6 just must have had a couple of episodes that really dragged it down, because 5 and 6 really feel like my favorites. Also, season 2 and season 10 virtually perform at the same level, with 2 just barely edging out 10. And with that, it is time to say goodbye. Thank you for being here. Normally my videos are a bit more along the lines of introspective video essays about the 90s and 2000s, but I just wanted to do something a little different this time, a little fun. So if you liked this or didn't like this, please throw some feedback my way in the comments below. We've got a much more analytical video essay coming along next time, but let me know what kinds of videos you would like to see in the future. I've got some big plans for a few more, but hey, what comes after that? If you watched this video all the way through, I can't thank you enough. That really contributes to this channel's watch time. And if you subscribe or like the video or just interact with it somehow, I also just can't thank you enough. All of this helps out a new fledgling channel, and the more support I receive, the more I can put time into making content for you. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye!